It's NFL Draft Day. Carolina Panthers are on the clock. So show me the money. Thank you for tuning in and watching my NFL Draft 2023 live watch long reactions live right here on YouTube. As always, I'm your host, Encyclopedia Sports, Cool and Luke 96. Be sure to like, follow, and subscribe on social media. Links in the description below. The thumbs up button. Share hashtag NFL, hashtag NFL Draft. Chat questions and comments, super chat, super sticker, super like, super thanks. Always greatly appreciated. As well as this video is powered by Rogue Energy. Be sure to get your favorite energy and hydration flavors in can or tub form, shakers, and Rogue merch at the link in the description below. Be sure to use the code LUKE, that's LUKE 123 for 10% off. So, 2023 NFL Draft officially begins the upcoming season as the new league year began middle of last month with free agency just a short few weeks after the combine wrapped up in the heartland. We'll stay in the heartland, just a little south of Indianapolis and Kansas City. But we're in Kansas City, Missouri, not Kansas City, Kansas, Kansas City, Missouri, home of the defending Super Bowl champion Kansas City Chiefs. As the NFL has now had the draft on the road, away from New York City now, for the, I believe, 8th consecutive year from 2015 on, if I'm not mistaken. As the first ever NFL draft was in Philadelphia, but really became known for being held in New York City, Radio City Music Hall, up until contract negotiations basically couldn't come to an agreement, and the NFL decided to take it on the road. They've been to Chicago, Philadelphia, Dallas, Nashville, Cleveland. They were in Vegas last year. Now they're in Kansas City. I believe I missed anybody. But next year they'll be in Motown in Detroit, a couple years up in Buffalo and upstate Western New York. But tonight, Kansas City hosting the draft. Only round one this evening, 2 and 3 tomorrow, 4 through 7 on Saturday. The WWE will also be having their draft this weekend, I might add, as well, tomorrow night and on Monday night as well. So both SmackDown and Raw, so be sure to tune back in for those live watch long reactions over on YouTube. Then a mere 24 and then 72, 96 hours from now, but that's neither here nor there right now. We're about to get the show on the road with the National Football League draft, as the college stars now of yesterday become NFL stars of today. As mentioned, the Carolina Panthers are on the clock at number 1. We'll see if they do. It's even going to be a quarterback because it's a quarterback-driven league. You got to have a quarterback in order to win. That's something they haven't had in quite a while, to be honest with you. Honestly, feel bad for Matt Rule, but he's better off in Nebraska at this point. Wish him best of luck. As a Penn State fan, we are. We'll see what the Carolina Panthers do. They're, speaking of Penn State, first ever draft pick was former Penn State quarterback in Kerry Collins back in 1995. And there's actually a former Penn State quarterback seemingly going to go in the first round here this evening as well, before he transferred, of course, to Kentucky. So maybe from the Nittany-Lion Wildcat to a Panther, Will Levis, as I called him when he was right here in Happy Valley, before he transferred. Of course, Sean Clifford, the Big Red Dog himself, leading Penn State to a Rose Bowl victory this past season. We'll see where he lands after the draft's all said and done. Of course, because after the draft's all said and done, you'll have undrafted rookie free agents, I might add, as well, as they'll be free to sign wherever. Of course, last year, Brock Purdy was Mr. Irrelevant, which was the last pick in the draft. We saw how the San Francisco 49ers season turned out last year, but it's a quarterback-driven league. You got to have a quarterback in order to win. If you don't have a quarterback, you're probably going to be an average team. I mean, you can get by, but to go really deep into the playoffs, you got to have a quarterback. Okay, you also got to have a running game, but it's a quarterback-driven league. You got to be able to protect your quarterback and get after the opposing quarterback. So up front, linemen on both offensive and defensive lines. As we're a few seconds away from going live with the first round. Carolina Panthers are going to be on the clock. Chicago Bears had the worst record. They did have the number one pick up until just before the new league year started mid-March. It was actually my birthday weekend. And the Bears traded from 1 to 9 with Carolina as some players and picks were involved in that. So Chicago's now picking at 9. Carolina's at 1. Houston, the Texans, they're selecting second. They'll also have the 12th overall pick. And then it's going to get interesting at 3. Arizona will pick, but there's been some talk that they might trade out. So we'll see who trades potentially in. And we'll see who gets picked then at that point. Talk about Will Levis in blue and white from Penn State to Kentucky. Maybe he goes to the Colts at 4. And then Seattle, they're selecting 5th. It's the Denver Broncos pick. It's the pick that was acquired in the Russell Wilson trade last year. So does Seattle, trade Russ a year later, that 5th overall pick with how bad Denver's season was this past year? Do they select a successor for Russell Wilson? Even though they've had Geno Smith, and then after the season he had last year, extending him for 3 years, only time's going to tell. There's at times, some sense on what's going to happen here tonight, every year for that matter with the NFL draft. But tonight and this weekend, I have no clue whatsoever what the hell is going to happen with the 2023 NFL draft. So we're just going to sit back and watch and see what the hell happens and go from there. Discuss this side, discuss that side, point A, point B, see what we can dive into, and honestly just go from there. You got to have a quarterback to win. You got to have a good offensive line, good defensive line. And if you don't have a good defensive line, hopefully your secondary's good. But if you don't have a good offensive line, you don't have a running game, and then the quarterback's having to do it all. Maybe some playmakers to get the ball too, though. We'll see if there's any, receivers, let alone tight ends, picked tonight. It's a deep line draft, and it's a deep receiver draft this year in 2023. There's a few quarterbacks at the top. It might have a running back or two, but seemingly running backs, their first round is the second round nowadays. But then, make or break to establish your team on what identity you're going to have. It's the middle rounds and it's the undrafted players, that won't get drafted this weekend. And then they'll have a bigger chip on their shoulder because they didn't get drafted. As we'll be nonstop, don't stop believing. But they estimate a near couple 100,000 people in attendance for the draft, from all the Chiefs fans in attendance. It's all 32 NFL teams, people traveling from here and there, near and far, sea to shining sea, worldwide for that matter. 32 teams, 32 picks. However, there's only 31 tonight. Sorry, Dolphins fans. 31 selections of the first round because they had to forfeit their first round pick for tampering, going back to Tom Brady. So, Dolphins, unless they trade in, they're not selected tonight. Among a few other teams, because they don't have first round picks, because they, traded those for, players that are, currently on their teams. But come on, commercial break already. Didn't even get shit started. A couple minutes after. So they give us the intro. But when we come back, as the draft always was just a, 1-2 day thing on a, mid to late April weekend. It was on Mother's Day weekend there a few times about a decade or so ago, but they got back to the, mid to late April time. And then they, turned it into, spectacular Now traveling, fucking circus, if you will. They're on tour, just like bands or, a show of some sorts. And now it's a 3-day event. Thursday's the first round, tomorrow night, Friday night, which we'll be watching as well when we're watching Friday Night SmackDown with the WWE Draft as well. So we'll have some insight there too. But 2 and 3 tomorrow for the rounds, and then 4 through 7 as mentioned on Saturday. And then if you don't get drafted, you're an undrafted rookie free agent, you can sign anywhere, you damn well please. You might get cut, you might be on practice squads, you might make a name for yourself and become one of the best NFL players, that's ever lived for all we know, another 10, 15, 20 years from now. That's why they play the games, folks, okay? It's not signed on paper, it's not on the field, so you can rip up the mock drafts, because those are going to be, fucked here in about an hour or so. I did do those for a little while, but then, finally came to my senses and realized this ain't fucking worth it. Yeah, maybe a little fun in games, here and there, just for the hell of it, talk about this, predict that, project. Just no. These teams are going to do whatever the hell they want. Plain and simple. They're going to draft, let alone sign, as free agencies come and gone. Of course, you can still sign up until start of the year, let alone during the season, as always. But they're going to try to better their team any which way they possibly can. And talk about draft, talk about money. Of course, the lower you get picked, the less you're going to make. So then that's, saving the team money, a couple years from now, if not the whole entire time. Because then you see a player option for a 5th year, from the 18 draft or the 19, let alone 20 draft. Some teams pick up those options for players. And then players, if they don't get them picked up, they got to play through it. And then if they don't re-sign, they're going elsewhere and, signing with a different team. It's chip on the shoulder weekend is what it is. Because players are going to remember who they didn't get drafted by and when they got drafted, especially if they think they, should have been drafted higher. So, boo, here comes Roger Goodell. Eric Stone Street, big Chiefs fan. Of course, Al Bundy, former Steeler. But here we go. The NFL draft's about to start. Yeah, for the first time since they've taken it on the road. They're in this defending Super Bowl champions' hometown. And we're in Kansas City, home of the Chiefs. As they've won a few Super Bowls the past couple years, I might add. So, 154, lost 55. Probably should have been in 56. They would have gave the Rams a little bit better run for their money, I think, compared to Cincinnati. Even the Bengals have gotten better. But then the Chiefs win 57 over the Eagles on a game-winning field goal. So, ladies first. Who the hell is this? All right, Dante Hall and Will Shields coming out. Dante Hall, go back, kick, punt return with him on Madden. Nobody's going to stop you. Here's Eric Stone Street. Home of the Super Bowl champs. Home of the Chiefs. I'm sure Andy Reid's eating a big cheeseburger right about now. Okay, Patrick Mahomes is coming out. And Travis Kelce's coming out as well. And, of course, they have the Lombardi Trophy, and rightfully so. NFL Draft brought to you by Tranny Light. Is he going to give that away to some fan and, walk away before he realizes, oh shit, I gotta go grab that? Hold up. Cut the music. Cut my music. Cut my music. So Chiefs Kingdom, very loud, but boos, of course, from the other fan bases. But Kelsey on the mic. And we're going to fight for our right. And we're going to party like it's 1999 for the NFL draft here. Yeah, have Kelsey announce every pick. Show started. Let's go. 2023 NFL Draft officially open. Carolina Panthers are on the clock. They'll have 10 minutes to pick. There's the draft ticker. Carolina at 1, Houston at 2, Arizona at 3, and then 4 and 5 respectively are in fact the Indianapolis Colts and Seattle Seahawks, and then we'll go from there. So then, now, this is drafts on ESPN NFL Network. ESPN led by Mike Greenberg. NFL Network with Rich Eisen. But Mel Kiper Jr., Todd McShay. Yeah, the Panthers-Bears trade. Carolina got the number 1 overall pick, and they gave Chicago the 9th, a second rounder this year, first rounder next year, second rounder in 25, and then also wide receiver DJ Moore for Justin Fields to hopefully be able to throw the football to. Of course, Aaron Rodgers no longer in the NFC North, traded from the Packers to the Jets the other day. Of course, the NFC South no longer has Tom Brady, I might add, either. In Tampa, Drew Brees retired 2 years back in New Orleans. So, Carolina, it's going to be a quarterback, but which quarterback is it going to be is the question. Bryce Young, Will Levis, C.J. Stroud, Anthony Richardson would be the 1, 2, 3, 4 order in which way I'd go, but we'll see what David Tepper and new head coach, former Colts head coach, and former Panther quarterback, I might add, and Frank Reich, decide on. Atlanta drafted last year after getting rid of Matt Ryan. Desmond Ridder from Cincinnati. But Carolina could be in an honestly, good spot here a couple years from now if they make the right pick here. And it's all about health. If you stay healthy and you're playing and your team's playing good, you'll be fine. But if you get hurt, everybody else shit in the bed, you're going to suck. All anybody ever remembers is whether you won or lost, plain and simple, okay? And remember, the last time the Panthers had the number 1 overall pick, they took Cam Newton, also from an Alabama school, in Auburn. That turned out pretty good up until the time they moved on from him. But, yeah, we'll see what they do. But like I said, 1 and 2 is Carolina and Houston. Gets interesting at 3, but just showing off some coaching trees. For what it's worth. Yeah, history's history, but it's all about personnel. You don't have the right personnel, you're probably going to be out of a job because you're not going to win. Yeah, coaches coach and players play, but I think it'd be a big shock if they don't go quarterback. They did sign Andy Dalton, okay? But that's the thing with life, sports in general, football more so than not, but just sports in general, especially for the NFL. Quarterback driven league, you gotta have quarterback to win. Eventually, your time's, gonna end, okay? And there's always gonna be somebody to replace you. It's just, who's that gonna be? You don't know. I mean, Andy Dalton, since he left Cincinnati, honestly, has turned into one of those, veterans who's bounced around the league. Not necessarily a Ryan Fitzpatrick just yet, but he's been on a different team every year the past couple of years, and now he's in Carolina. And if they draft Bryce Young, it's going to be Bryce Young's team or whatever quarterback it is. Okay. At least by the end of the year, if not going in fully to 24 season. So there's the green room. They're still on the clock. They're taking their 10 minutes. I mean, why the hell not? You don't get the number one pick very often. Nor I'd hope you'd have the number one pick, all the time. Because if so, you suck. But we'll see what happens here. Because once we get the show on the road, pick up some pace, there'll be a few surprises tonight. More so than not, oh my God, okay, great pick. That actually happened. A lot of surprises, what the fuck just happened? What the hell did you do? So there's Shefty, Adam Schefter, and Chris Mortensen. Aaron Rodgers told Schefter to lose his number. Well, Rodgers also lost his number. He's not wearing 12 anymore. He's going to wear 8, which he wore, of course, at Cal in his first year here coming up with the Jets because, of course, Joe Namath wore 12 gangrene. Even with his blessing, Aaron Rodgers said, no, I'm wearing 8. So, pick is in. Carolina Panthers pick is in. So the Houston Texans are now officially on the clock. As soon as that pick comes in, the time for the next team on the clock begins. So Carolina's pick is in. We'll see who's heading to NASCAR country here. And potentially moving forward, the best quarterback in the division. Because you look at Tampa, okay, they signed Baker Mayfield. He's not half bad, But, I mean, New Orleans just, after Breeze, hasn't looked good. Okay? I get they got Derek Carr from the Raiders. But, and he's not a bad quarterback either. Okay? But Derek Carr's been in the league for almost 10 years. Baker Mayfield's been in the league for 5 years. You look at Atlanta, there's really nobody there. Bryce Young, if it is him, let alone any other quarterback, and they hit on it, just like they sort of hit on it with Cam Newton. Of course, he took them to the Super Bowl. They lost to Peyton Manning and the Broncos in his final game. Carolina could be in a good spot. Carolina selects Bryce Young as a Carolina Panther. There's Nick Saban. Carolina Panthers select quarterback Bryce Young from Roll Tide Roll down in Tuscaloosa, Alabama. And his new sweet home is going to be in Charlotte, North Carolina. He is a Carolina Panther. So now the Houston Texans are on the clock. When they've had a top 3 pick the past 20 years, seemingly everybody thought they were going offense. Whether it be Reggie Bush in 2006, Blake Bortles in 2014, they swerved us all and took 2 defensive end edge rushers with Mario Williams and Jadeveon Clowney. They both worked out. Could they go quarterback in the AFC South? Of course, Indy's going to be looking for a quarterback as well. They've been with a new quarterback every year after Andrew Luck retired. Tennessee, okay, Tannehill's still there. They drafted Malik Willis, played a little bit last year, but doesn't seem like, neither of them are Titans starting quarterback. Jags are the best fucking team in the division. They are. They made the playoffs last year. Trevor Lawrence is there, select number 1 out of Clemson a couple years back. Bryce Young goes number 1 to Carolina. But does Houston go quarterback as well? Do they go C.J. Stroud, Will Levis, Anthony Richardson? Okay, before the Colts picking at 4. The Titans picking at 11, maybe potentially trading up. Even if they don't trade up at 11, they're still ahead of the Texans who pick at 12, I might add. Okay? Texans still on the clock, about 5.5 left. Then the Cardinals. Do they trade out? We'll see. Then the Colts, then the Seahawks. Or, as I was saying, do the Texans stick to defense? DeMeco Ryans, new head coach, former Alabama star as well, I might add, but most recently, defense coordinator with the 49ers. And we've seen how good San Francisco's defense has been the past few years. Got to give it to the Niners in general, but then also from John Lynch to Kyle Shanahan. Robert Saleh leaves to take the Jets job. DeMeco Ryans now leaves to take the Texans job. We go Alabama at 1 with Bryce Young. Do we go Alabama at 2 with the Cowboy himself, Mr. Will Anderson? We'll see. Or, the pick's in, so I'll shut up. Even if they don't go Will Anderson, Jalen Carter's there. They have Davis Mills as their quarterback, okay? Mr. Neck from Stanford. Highest drafted Alabama quarterback since 67. You got Bryce Young at 1, Tua at 5 a couple years back, Richard Todd and Mac Jones. And Bryce Young's the only one to not go to the AFC East. He goes to the NFC South with the Panthers. So maybe the next the next Bama quarterback would go to the Bills. Tua to Miami, Todd to the Jets, and Mac Jones up to New England. All right, Houston's selecting at 2. Picks in. They're going to go offense, says Schefter. Well, if it isn't quarterback on offense, because I can tell you right now, even with Bijan Robinson playing at Texas, and then, some other playmakers on offense, do they go a lineman and even with a deep class and try to protect the quarterback? Because next year's quarterback draft class is loaded as well, I might add. Are they content with who they have, is the question. Or they want to draft somebody and, have them also learn. Texans pick is in. They also pick at 12. They could potentially trade out of that, so we'll see who trades up to 12 if that's the case. Man, the Texans were so good from 14 to 20. And then they fired Bill O'Brien because they started 0-4. he's lucked out in the end. Grass ain't always greener on the other side, so they say. And, Houston's been eating it because, of course, move on from Deshaun Watson after all that. He's in Cleveland now. That's why they have the 12th pick, I might add. But then, they've been bad. They're the Texans once again that they were when they entered the league 20 years ago. Up until, 2008, 9, 10. And then good for a couple years, top pick in 14. And then division winner after division winner. But then they wanted to move on. Of course, O'Brien was at Alabama for a couple years, and now he's back up in New England as the offensive coordinator of the Patriots. But Houston Texans pick is in, and the Texans will select C.J. Stroud, quarterback out of Ohio State. All right. Wow, they say. So they do go offense rather than defense. You got to have a quarterback to win. He's going to be the new face of the Texans. Reportedly, if I'm not mistaken, Stroud and Deshaun Watson have the same agents. Of course, his agent didn't do what Watson did by any means, but he had to deal with it. But he's damn good. He is. He is. As a Penn State fan, seeing an Ohio State quarterback, C.J. Stroud, getting drafted by the Texans, I mean, I'm not going to say they could have made a better pick, but they, with going offense, made the best pick they possibly fucking could. They traded up for Watson back in 17. Right after Kansas City traded up for Mahomes because they went on a run. That's another thing we might see tonight. Run on position players, whether it be wide receivers, running backs, linemen for the most part. I mean, we go quarterback 1-2 again. Arizona's sitting at 3 now. What do? Do they pick or do they trade out? And then if they do trade out, who's trading in? And then who do they take? Because if it's a team that needs a quarterback, well, we'll go 1, 2, 3 with quarterbacks again here this year. As we did 2 years ago. I watched the draft last year in 2022, but unfortunately did not stream because I was under the weather. I was really, really sick that week and had literally no energy to sit and talk for as many hours as I will here tonight to talk NFL football about the draft. And what do I know? What do we all know? These teams once again are going to do what the hell they want. They're going to try to better their team. But Cardinals are on the clock. Clock's ticking. Maybe they go defense. Maybe they try to get after Matthew Stafford, Brock Purdy, and also up in Seattle, who also pick at 5, I might add, in the NFC West, and Geno Smith. So, I mean, it helps out that C.J. Stroud has had, arguably the best wide receiving room in all college football year after year the past couple years. Had a couple first-rounders. Last year might have another couple first-rounders. Again, this year, let alone next year, I might add 2. So, the Texans, they might have hit the nail right on the head with finding their face of the franchise, if you will. C.J. Stroud, quarterback out of Ohio State. So he'll get interviewed. But Cardinals still on the clock. Cardinals still on the clock. I wonder who is calling them. Or who already has called them. But then they might just flat out say no, we're taking the best player on our board because quarterback went 1-2, and we're taking, so and so. We'll see. And then both Indy and Seattle, they might have the other top quarterbacks just fall right in their lap. And then it gets interesting then at 6. And then we'll move in out of the top 10. And if we don't get to pick 20 by about 10:30 Eastern time, there's something wrong. Schefter's got breaking news. Hold on. Got a trade. Houston's coming up to 3. Houston's moving from 12 to 3. They're going to take now the best defensive player on their board. Houston ain't fucking messing around. They don't have a problem tonight by any means. But, all right, the Texans are still on the clock. Yeah, they go Bryce Young to Carolina, and then Houston takes C.J. Stroud at 2. They're going to trade up from 12 to 3 with the Cardinals. And, yeah, you'd have to think it is going to be Will Anderson. And then Will Levis is probably going to go to Indy. We'll see what Seattle does. Might be Anthony Richardson to learn from Geno Smith. Might be Jalen Carter. And then the Lions pick at 6. Cardinals still on the clock. Trade ain't official yet, but Schefter just broke that. Texans picking at 3 here. So the Arizona Cardinals have officially traded their pick to the Houston Texans. So the Texans picked at 2. They trade up from 12 to 3. And they're still on the clock. And the pick is now in. So they're going to go back to back. 2 and 3. Take C.J. Stroud. And, yeah, like I said, as we're burning daylight there, Pilgrim, it's probably going to be Will Anderson. They're going to give Houston a fresh 10, even though the pick's in. So the Colts are on the clock. I wonder what they had to give up to get from 12 to 3, though. I mean, probably a couple mid-round picks, maybe their first next year for all we know. Even though the Cardinals would be getting the Texans first this year, the 12th, which would have been from Cleveland for the Watson trade. So they obviously had a game plan. Carolina takes Bryce Young. We're taking C.J. Stroud. And we're on the phone trying to trade up with Arizona at 3 so we can have back-to-back. Because we're not going to be able to trade with Indy because they're in our division. They wouldn't want to do that. Maybe trade at 5 with Seattle, but it's not like they're going to take Will Levis or Anthony Richardson now, because they're not going to go fucking back-to-back with quarterbacks on the same fucking team. This is going to be defense. You got to have a quarterback, and you got to be able to protect them, let alone get after them. So maybe it's an offensive lineman if it ain't a defense lineman, but I think they're going to go offense. I think they're going to go defense here. Yeah, it could be Jalen Carter, too, from Georgia. Have a big, nose tackle in the middle. You got to have that edge rusher nowadays, though, man. You do. So the Cardinals traded the 3rd pick to the Texans. And with that 3rd pick, the Houston Texans will select. It is Will Anderson Jr. from Alabama. So we go Alabama, Ohio State, Alabama. Colts are on the clock next at 4. Might be a former Penn Stater turned Kentucky Wildcat and Will Levis. They need a quarterback. And then you look at the AFC South then. Tennessee's going to be kicking themselves. Unless they're fine with who they have in Ryan Tannehill and Malik Willis, because then Trevor Lawrence is in Jacksonville. The Texans just drafted C.J. Stroud. And then if Indy does take Will Levis or Anthony Richardson, unless Tennessee stays at 11, unless they move up and Richardson's still there and they take him. You know, I mean, third round pick to first round pick, you know who's going to play, but Will Anderson Jr., not the John Wayne character in the Cowboys from 1972, but Will Anderson Jr. going to stay in the Lone Star State, or head to the Lone Star State, excuse me, from Alabama, as he hugs it out with Roger Goodell. And that Will Anderson was a Cowboy. This Will Anderson's now a Texan. Colts are on the clock. Go blue, white, blue, white, blue, white. Take Will Levis. I think they will. I think they are going to. I do. They've, been without a quarterback ever since Andrew Luck retired. Okay? You go from him to Jacoby Brissett with Brian Hoyer. They also had, if I'm not mistaken, Phillip Rivers and Carson Wentz before Matt Ryan last year. Okay? We've seen how that's worked out. None of them are there anymore. So they need a quarterback. And I think it's going to be Will Levis. But then now you see in the division, Trevor Lawrence quarterback, C.J. Stroud, and we'll see what Tennessee does. If you don't have a quarterback, well, you're going to be behind. But maybe you have a damn good defense and you take a defensive player here. But at the same point in time, 7-round draft, it's not, 50 rounds like it used to be. But then maybe hit a gold mine with an undrafted, free agent. Look, Mr. Irrelevant last year in Brock Purdy, for God's sake, okay? He's an injury away from taking them to the Super Bowl. But if I'm Indy, I'm taking a quarterback. I am. Because it's a quarterback-driven league. You got to have a quarterback to win. We saw one quarterback taken in the first round last year. First two picks this year, we've seen two quarterbacks, okay, back to back. And then Texans trade up to 3, take best defense player in their eyes and Will Anderson. So Colts pick at 4 here. Yeah. Picks in. Picks in. So Seattle's on the clock at 5. They could go quarterback. Seattle knows what Indy's done at this point. We don't. Even though the pick's in. Seattle go quarterback, learn from Geno. They've struggled with the running game. You have Bijan Robinson sitting there. They also pick at 20, though. But I don't think Bijan's going to be sitting there at 20. Unless they trade up, for him. I think Seattle goes defense. Detroit's at 6. And then, like I said, we'll go from there. One pick at a time here. So, yeah, the first 10 minutes took forever. But then that's an interesting stat. Texans are only the 3rd team since 92 to have 2 picks back-to-back in the top 3. Skins did it in 2000 with LeVar. Colts did it in 92. Colts are on the clock at 4 here. There's the war room, the draft room with owner Jim Irsay. So he got his hair colored. But then new head coach in Shane Steichen, but Chris Ballard, their GM, seemingly doesn't give a fuck. As doesn't Jim Irsay. But picks in for the Colts. Like I said, you'd have to think of this quarterback. Indianapolis Colts will select oh shit, they took Anthony Richardson over Will Levis. So they fucked Seattle. Alright, Anthony Richardson is the new quarterback of the Indianapolis Colts. And I'm not being racist, but it's going to take some time getting used to an African-American quarterback playing for the Colts, okay? You just don't see it, okay? You had Jacoby Brissett, okay? But other than him, like, once again, I'm not being racist, they've had white quarterbacks throughout their history, okay? So Anthony Richardson, quarterback from Florida, who, honestly probably has the most upside of the top four quarterbacks. The Colts take Richardson, and at this point, well, Seattle's on the clock. Just about ready to say, because then the Lions pick at 6. Could have somebody come in behind Jared Goff for sure. The Raiders are sitting at 7, and they seemingly need a quarterback as well, I might add. I was just about to say, Will Levis might be falling. But Josh McDaniels comes from New England, okay? Big body quarterbacks. Little mobile. Don't be surprised if Levis is there at 7. Will Levis is a Raider. Seattle's going to go defense here. Lions. Maybe Bijan Robinson's the next Barry Sanders. I don't know. Atlanta picks at 8. The Bears are at 9 because they traded back from 1 once again with the Panthers. And then 10 is the Philadelphia Eagles. Even though, yes, they were in the Super Bowl, they have the 10th pick and they have the 30th pick. Once again, there's a few teams with a couple picks in the first round, and there's a couple teams that don't even have a pick in the first round. It's just how it is. And then there's the Titans at 11. Okay, and then the Cardinals traded back from 3 to 12 with the Texans for them to select Will Anderson. And then the Colts at 4 take Anthony Richardson. So they give him a comp of Donovan McNabb, and that's a pretty good comp. But I think the thing that's going to work out in his favor is he's playing indoors half the time. RCA, Lucas Oil Stadium. So I mean, I can see it, yeah. But we'll see if the Colts made a good pick or not. Because there's always busts. We just don't know who it's going to be until years later. And it's all said and done by that point. It's like, well, better luck next time. But I wonder how Colts fans think about that. I wonder what McAfee's doing right about now. But this Seattle pick at 5 is from Denver, I might add, once again, in the Russell Wilson trade. So I doubt they go quarterback now. I think Seattle's taking Jalen Carter. I do. Seattle might go back to back with defense in this first round because they pick at 20 once again. Legion of Boom, get a DB. They'll have options at 20 for that, so maybe take, somebody up front. They're going to take a commercial break here. Normally the fucking first hour is commercial free. What the hell? It is already 9:15. So we've gotten through almost 5 picks in 40 minutes or so. 30, 35, 40 minutes, give or take, because, officially doesn't start until about 10 after. And then it picked up some pace, now it's slowing down. Of course, this ain't Friday, this ain't Saturday of the draft. It's not like they go to commercial break and the picks are, popping up on the screen left and right. You got a minute to pick. No, for the whole first round, they'll wait until they come back from break to announce the selection. But once this pick is in, the Lions will know, as every other team will as well, okay, they took this person, take them off the draft board, and then that next team will be on the clock, which is the Detroit Lions here in a minute and a half. And if your time runs out, the team behind you can pick for you, and then that player becomes theirs. That's happened before. I don't know how the hell you let time run out on you in the NFL draft when you know you have this allotted time to pick, and only that allotted time. You screw yourself that bad, you deserve to lose. But of course, there's been a lot that's happened since the NFL season ended, I might add. We'll talk more about all that later, at a later date. Tonight's just about the draft. Pick is in for the Seahawks, so the Lions are on the clock at 6. Then the Raiders, Falcons, Bears, and Eagles. So heavy with the NFC coming up. It really gets interesting when there's a trade, because it's like, oh shit, like, this is happening in live time. Who are they going to pick? Like, why did they trade up? But once again, like I said, too, there's going to be the, oh shit moments, like they actually did that. But then, like, what the hell did you just do? Also, so, it's the NFL draft. And then if you have a good draft, so you think, until a couple years from now and you look back on it and it's a shitty draft, you might have a full draft of, all-stars, if you will, potentially turn into Hall of Famers one day. But, that's in due time. Easy to drink, easy to enjoy. And Anheuser-Busch got the Zach Brown band with Chicken Fried for a new Bud Light, Tranny Light commercial. Come on. There's a cardboard cutout of Dan Campbell. You gotta have grit. Talk about true grit. See what Seattle does here. At 5. Sure. Rooster's going to tell Roger to fill his hands, you son of a bitch. And then McHugh driving down the beach, but the Seattle Seahawks at 5 select Devin Witherspoon, cornerback from Illinois. At 5? At 5. I didn't think they'd do that at 5. I did just say a little bit ago, at 20, yeah, maybe trade up a little bit, but at 5, they obviously love him to select him this high. Devin Witherspoon from Illinois. Believe was a Lovie Smith kid. As a 0-star recruit, I might add. Talk about chip on your shoulder. Nobody fucking wanted you to come out of high school, and now you're a top 5 pick in the NFL draft. Talk about Legion of Boom. Yeah, they might have made a good pick, but at 5, Lions are on the clock at 6 here. Well, they're obviously, thinking ahead. Hey, he's probably not going to be there at 20. We don't know what other DB is going to be there at 20. And we're not comfortable trading up from 20. We want to stay at 20. We'll, go from there. But I mean, they're going old school is what they're doing. They're going back to the basics. And, we saw how damn good they were in back-to-back Super Bowl appearances, and they should have won both of them, but, because they didn't give Marshawn the ball at the 1-yard line, and he's eating Skittles, they ended up losing. Beat Denver, but lost to New England. It's a good pick. It is. But at 5? That's what I'm saying. At 5? So the Lions at 6 now. I could see them trading out of this. I could. Because remember, the Lions screwed the Packers. The Lions, talk about the Panthers in their division. From NFC South to NFC North. I get Minnesota was as good as they were last year. Chicago's getting there with Fields, it seems like. They were content with, him, obviously, because trade number 1 pick when you could have taken a quarterback potentially. Trade back to 9. Well, Will Levis still might be there. I don't think he will, though, because he might go here at 6 to the Lions, back up Jared Goff. And then once a Lion, always a Lion. But then I think if Levis, like I said, is there at 7, he's a Raider. Let alone at 8, potentially to Atlanta. Because, is Desmond Ridder really the guy? Probably not. Just like Malik Willis in Tennessee. Probably not. But it's quarterback-driven league once again. You have quarterback to win, but you got to be able to protect your quarterback and get after the opposing quarterback. The clock has stopped. Okay? They're stuck at 4:40 for the Lions during a commercial break. I think ESPN's ticker froze because nothing else is moving. Yeah, man. All right, now they take it off. They're going to put it back up here in a minute. Meantime, the Lions are on the clock. I think the Lions could be one of the better teams in their division next year. I said going into last year, from the year prior, they only had like 2-3 wins when Dan Campbell came in. That you should see some improvement with the way he coaches. It reminds me a lot of Bill Cowher as a Steeler fan, so that's a good thing. If they'd get to 6 wins, that'd be a good year. Well, they got 8, 9 wins and almost made the playoffs, for God's sakes, last year. And then they still have a top 10 pick. All right. Choose wisely. But because that's the thing with Green Bay, too. Who knows how they'll be. Rodgers ain't there anymore. Jordan Love's shown signs, as has, Justin Fields. But then you look at Goff and Cousins, they're the veterans now. So, be interesting to see here what the Lions do. So I wouldn't be surprised if they trade back. And we will rock you. All right. Might have to watch Idol Sunday. But back to Kansas City. Of course, they're an hour behind, so still daylight. Not got another trade. Okay, the Lions have traded the pick. I don't know how I got that sense, but they were taking their good old time. So the Cardinals traded back from 3 to 12 to the Texans. And then the Lions trade the 6th pick to the Cardinals. So the Cardinals are on the clock now at 6. So the Lions are going to pick at 12. And then there's, of course, compensation. What are these teams getting? Picks. Mid-round picks for the most part. But that's how you build your team. You want quantity over quality, but then you're going to want quality over quantity when you cut to 53, of course. You want the best of the best on your team. But the Cardinals are on the clock. Picks in. Okay, so Texans probably got a Cardinals mid-round pick, just like the Lions did there, and then they just flip-flop first here. So the Cardinals are picking at 6. And it's all about the money. You know, like a top 3 pick compared to a top 6 pick. The 3rd pick's going to, of course, make more than the 6th pick is. And then 4 or 5 years from now, salary cap, even though it's going to continue to go up, you're going to save if that player turns out. If you can work, out an agreement. The Lions trade 6th pick to the Cardinals. So the Cardinals pick here at 6. They'll select Paris Johnson Jr. from Ohio State. So we had a Buckeye go at 2. We have a Buckeye now go at 6. And he's going to go help protect the video game star in Kyler Murray. We'll see what kind of music he likes to listen to on the radio, but hopefully, they don't kill that respective star. Raiders are on the clock at 7. They need a quarterback. Will Levis is there, I'm telling you. We'll get more into him when he is picked. Tell you a backstory, but they've had Derek Carr since 14. And now for the first year, now they don't. Is Jarrett Stidham really going to be their starting quarterback? Is Jamarcus Russell, going to get signed out of the blue? No. Okay? I'm telling you, I think the Raiders, if Will Levis was there at 7, they're going to take his ass. But then also in the AFC West, they got to play the defending Super Bowl champs twice a year. They got to get after Patrick Mahomes. You see what's going on in Denver and LA right now as well with Russell Wilson and Justin Herbert. Defense, okay? You got to get after the quarterback. Jalen Carter's still there. But if they're content, maybe they go offensive lineman. Maybe we see a running offensive lineman now, for all we know. And even with Jarrett Stidham, you can't forget the Raiders signed Jimmy Garoppolo, okay? Couple-year deal, though. Maybe you draft a quarterback and have him learn. Probably not. Knowing Josh McDaniels, as shitty as he is as a head coach, and the Raiders as an organization making some wrong decisions here and there. They should have promoted Rich Bisaccia once again a couple years ago. After, of course, Gruden was run out, but then promote him from interim to head coach. But no, we're going to hire Josh McDaniels. And he sucked in Denver as head coach, and he still sucks as head coach. Because then if you do draft, say, Will Levis, and Garoppolo's there, Jarrett Stidham's out of the fucking equation. He's not even there. Because very rarely teams anymore run with 3 quarterbacks. You'll run with 2 and then 3rd on a practice squad. So I more I think about it, though, I think the Raiders are going to go defense. Just because Patrick Mahomes, Russell Wilson, and Justin Herbert, okay? Whether that's up front, in the middle, or the back end, I think the Raiders, but maybe, once again, like I said, there's a run on linemen, and you got to get some protection. And like I said a little bit ago, too, Will Levis might be falling. So where's he going to fall to is the question. Who's going to trade up for him? Tennessee's are at 11. Atlanta at 8, of course. I doubt the Packers would take him. Because they have Jordan Love, Jets, no. Zach Wilson's behind Rodgers. Levis visited New England. They have Mac Jones, but they have Washington. Detroit's again at 18. Tampa's at 19. Tampa would be a good fit for him. Bruce Arians on the head coach, but he's still in, with the organization. Learned from Baker a little bit. Maybe the Vikings learn behind Cousins. Other than that, man, slim picking. He might fall. He might be falling. Might be because he eats a whole banana unpeeled. But we'll see here. Because that's the thing with him. When he was here at Penn State, they didn't use him right. They'd bring him in for a Wildcat formation, the Lion formation, if you remember correctly, in Indian Nation, okay? Picks in for the Raiders here at 7. But then he goes to Kentucky and, he lights it up. Because they let him air it out. But then, honestly, Kentucky quarterbacks really don't have a whole lot of success in the NFL either. That's the thing with C.J. Stroud going to Houston. Ohio State quarterbacks don't have success in that next level either. They don't. They just flat out don't. So Raiders picks in here at 7, so the Falcons are on the clock at 8. Then the Bears and Eagles, respectively, to round out your top 10. Yeah, like I said, more I think about it, I think the Raiders are good defense. I think Will Levis would be a good pick, though, for them. I do. As I thought Will Levis would have been a good pick for the Colts at 4. If he wasn't, of course, going to Carolina, which he didn't. Houston, I don't think, was ever an option. But yeah, pick is in as mentioned for the silver and black. They're going to try to just win, baby. But eventually there's got to be a successor, And I like Jimmy G. I do. I don't think he gets enough credit for everything he's done because he's a winner. I don't care how good or bad he plays. He's won football games for you, okay? Plain and simple, and that's all anybody ever remembers. And as I said late last year, depending on what happens with Tom Brady, if he retires, okay, he retires. But if he leaves Tampa, look for the Raiders. And if the Raiders don't get him, Jimmy G from San Fran, that's exactly what happened. But then, like, you could have a good quarterback as your starter, no doubt about it, Twin. But you better have a damn good backup, okay? Whether that's a veteran or rookie to learn, because you don't know when your number is going to get called, okay? So picks in, Raiders select in the 2023 NFL Draft. Tyree Wilson, defensive end from Lubbock, Texas. Texas Tech Red Raider. Now a silver and black Raider in Sin City, Las Vegas, Nevada. So they do go defense, and they're going to go get Patrick Mahomes. They're going to go get Russell Wilson. They're going to go get Justin Herbert. 6'6", 270 at D end. It's a big man. Show some highlights. They could probably move him inside too with his size. 270 is 270, but 6'6", 270. You know, he's a little lanky, a little lean. A good 6'6", 270, not like, you know, some fat ass. But because they have who is it? Chandler Jones, right? And Max Crosby too, yeah. Hey, if we can't bulk up on the offense right now, we're going to bulk up on the defense. Why not? So the Falcons are on the clock here. Talk about Will Levis falling. Seemingly Jalen Carter's falling. But from Georgia to stay in the Peach State, maybe to go to Atlanta and play with the Falcons, let alone Jalen Carter, projected number 1 overall pick, when the Bears had the selection before they traded back, and then some off-the-field issues. Chicago's coming up at 9. They still might trade back and get the player they want, for all we know. So we'll see here. Picks in for the Falcons. So the Bears are on the clock at 9 and the Eagles at 10. Then we're going to sit back and relax. And whatever the hell happens, happens. But yeah, Will Levis and Jalen Carter are starting to fall. And then when good players fall, because, you know, unknown players from behind them, for whatever reason, scouts see teams select them ahead of them. But then if they fall, and then everybody else behind them is going to continue to fall then too. Like, there might be somebody who you might think's getting drafted late Saturday, but they don't get drafted at all, and they're an undrafted rookie free agent. Or, you know, if a dumpster fire, like, hey, because of an injury, or whatever reason. Yeah. First round grade, second round grade, but he doesn't go until like the 5th round. But then it might be a steal, you know. But then you get him for cheaper. You get him, you know, for less money. Like, just go watch fucking Jerry Maguire. Go watch Draft Day. Watch sports in general. You'll have some insight on what I'm saying. Meantime, thanks once again for tuning in and watching. We're about an hour or so into the draft. Pick 8 officially, 9 and 10 coming up, and then round out the rest of this. 31 picks tonight. 32 teams with 31 selections in this first round because the Dolphins had to forfeit their first round pick because of a tamper misconduct rule. But yeah, just as always, thanks for tuning in and watching. Be sure to like, follow, and subscribe on social media. Links in the description below. Thumbs up button. Share hashtag NFL, hashtag NFL draft. Chat questions and comments. Super chat, super sticker, super likes, super thanks. Always really appreciate it as well. And let me know so far what you thought of the NFL draft and what the hell you think is going to happen, because this is the start. I have no idea what the hell's going to happen tonight, let alone all weekend. I mean, this draft this year is one of the most wide-ass open drafts there's been in quite a few years. You just have no idea what the hell's going to happen. But then once it picks up some pace, there's that, and then you'll see runs on position players. It's like, well, they took this player, we got to go get this player, And it's a quarterback-driven league. You got to have a quarterback to win. If you don't, you're probably going to lose. But you also got to protect your quarterback. You got to have the opposing quarterback. You got to have a running game. We've seen that come back very highly the past couple years, which is a damn good thing to have. You always got to have a running game. You don't have a running game, quarterback's fucked because he's doing it all himself. And whether your running back's catching the ball in the backfield in the screen game, the quarterback still has to throw the receiver and the tight ends, and of course we haven't seen any of those taken yet, but you got to have a running game. Bijan Robinson might fall to fucking Philly at 10. Right in their lap. They moved on, remember, from Miles Sanders. He's now in Carolina. He's going to be working with Bryce Young and company. So, we'll see what Atlanta does here. Picks in. And they're playing Sweet Carolina a little too early here. It's not, late third, early fourth quarter. We're in the fucking top 10 of the first round. Sweet Carolina's like pick 25 to 32. And it's a house band, I might add, too, so I don't know what the fans are thinking of that, but rather than just, basic stereo music. So the pick's in for the Falcons here at 8. So they're going to let them sing along and play a little bit more of some Neil Diamond. So good, so good, so good. And also eat shit pick. Atlanta Falcons picking at 8. All right. The 8th pick in the 2023 NFL Draft, the Atlanta Falcons select
with the 8th pick in the 2023 NFL Draft, the Atlanta Falcons select Bijan Robinson.
Oh shit, they took Bijan. All right. So they're going to run with Ritter, and they're going to run with Robinson. Philly's probably livid right now. Watch the Eagles trade out of 10, because they pick at 30. Bijan Robinson, running back out of Texas, is going to hot Atlanta. And might be the best runner they've seen in the Georgia Dome since Mike Vick. Trade. The Bears are trading out of 9. Who's trading in? The Eagles are trading up from 10 to 9. So then the Bears are going to pick at 10. Okay. And then the Titans still pick at 11. Why trade up one fucking pick? Unless Philly was thinking Chicago's taking our player, just like Atlanta took who we wanted. Picks in for the Eagles already at 9. So that's not an error, that, well, the Bears had the 9th pick, and now they're picking at 10. It's because they traded. Bears traded from 9 to 10 with Philadelphia. But why trade up one fucking pick? Because you probably had to give up a second or third rounder. Maybe they gave up the 30th, for all we know. But probably not. Yeah, the trade is the Eagles trade up from 10 to 9. Why? Why trade up one pick? Unless they once again thought Chicago was going to take who they wanted. Schefter thinks it's going to be Jalen Carter, and the Philadelphia Eagle defense has turned into the Georgia Bulldog of the North. I mean, I can't blame him. But you got to get after Daniel Dimes. The Walter Payton Man of the Year and Dak Prescott. And then whoever the hell Washington's going to throw out there. But yeah, Atlanta's a good pick at 8. Philly's probably going to make a good pick here. I just don't get traded up from 10 to 9 unless, once again, they thought Chicago was going to take who they wanted, and very well could have. If it is, in fact, Jalen Carter. So, makes sense. But then what do you give up? Well, it doesn't really fucking matter at that point. It doesn't. And then the Titans stay at 11, and then what the fuck do they do? Because their tail's been tucked between their legs the whole night. So both NFC South teams got an NFC East team on the clock. Picks in for the Eagles once again. So the Bears are on the clock at 10, then the Titans. And then at 12 is, in fact, the Lions, if I'm not mistaken. When it was the Texans, but they traded with the Cardinals, and the Cardinals traded with the Lions. So 12 picks changed hands already a couple times tonight. When it was originally the Browns. So it goes from Cleveland to Houston to Arizona to Detroit. So connect those dots. But the Eagles gave up 10, and they gave up a 4th rounder next year to take who they're going to take here at 9. So that's not a bad deal, especially if it's Jalen Carter. Yeah, that's fine. Okay. It's always the question, well, what'd you give up? No, but the Panthers took an offensive player. Falcons took an offensive player. Of course, the Saints and Bucs still have to pick. But Eagles here at 9. I mean, they got back to, because once again, they've past 20 years gotten to Super Bowls with 3 different head coaches. That's hard to do, okay? They got back to basics by running the football, and it starts up front. The offensive line and the defense line get after the opposing quarterback. Their defense was stout last year. You know, the best fucking team in the league, and then they lose on a game-winning field goal in the Super Bowl to the Chiefs. Jalen Carter's going to Philadelphia. Yeah, that's a damn good pick. It is. They wanted this person, but it works out in the long run. So we think, you know, with who they pick here now. So it's defense wins championships. Plain and simple. So if I'm New York, if I'm Washington, if I'm Dallas, because Philadelphia's defense is getting even better now, you know, I'm scared. You know, just like he probably was whenever they're celebrating the national championship, and then there was a car crash that left 2 people dead, and then it wasn't a hit and run by any means, but he was on the scene, and then yeah, it was charged, had a warrant out for his arrest during combine, left combine, flew back, left, went back, worked out, and then still top 10 pick. So, I mean, just clear up some off-field issues. Continue to play it, you know, as he has on the field, and everything will be fine. Picks in for the Bears at 10, so the Titans are on the clock at 11. Then the Lions at 12, followed by the Packers at 13, which is from the Jets in the Rodgers trade from the other day. Patriots at 14, and the Jets pick at 15, which that's from Green Bay from the Rodgers trade once again the other day. So Jalen Carter, Philadelphia Eagle. He's emotional. He obviously taught Roger Goodell the handshake that they were going to do before the hug there earlier in the night. But, I mean, lives are being changed. They are. That jersey might be a little too small for him. But talk about who the Raiders picked with him playing on the outside, move him inside. Well, he plays inside. You could also move him outside. You got to be versatile, okay? Especially on the offense line. But even on the defense line. It just depends on what system you're on. That's how championships are won. Free agency in the draft. Up front, in the lines. You got to be able to protect and get after the quarterback, man. As I said, the Eagles are turning into the Georgia Bulldog of the North. But if it works, who cares? It works. And then everybody else is going to try to copy it because that's a copycat league. So some more interviews. Bears on the clock here at 10. Pick is in once again. So the Titans are on the clock at 11. But just once again, in the meantime, yeah, thanks for tuning in and watching. Be sure to like, follow, and subscribe on social media. Links in the description below. So we'll see how the rest of the night goes, and then we'll sign off, and I'll see everybody later. But draft's always exciting to watch. It is. It's like, well, probably a good pick, but it's all hypothetical even after the draft because you don't know how they're going to play on the field. So, yeah, we might get a little too rambunctious, if you will, a little too excited, a little too far ahead of ourselves, but that's why I play the game. You know, and it's out on paper once again, it's out on the field. Yeah, we know how you played in college, and that's why you're top pick, but how are you going to play in the NFL now? So you got to, transition. But leave it at that, and we'll go from there. So. Yeah, Philly's going to be I mean, they already are as a Steeler fan. Don't want to say it, but they're a powerhouse on defense. They are. They got back to the basics as I like them to be by running the football and playing good defense, because that's how you win fucking football games, folks. Okay, that's how you win. And then they got their quarterback now in Jalen Hurts. They extended him. Did get the biggest contract, largest contract in NFL history just up until earlier today when Lamar Jackson re-signed, becoming the highest paid NFL player in history. So Baltimore is not taking a quarterback. Baltimore, they like to go up front, one side or the other, or get a playmaker. Maybe even a DB. Just as long as it's not JPJ. But Bears picks in at 10. All right. Let's go. Chicago Bears are going to pick for the first time here tonight. When they originally had the number 1 pick and then the 9th, now it's 10th pick. And now it's Darnell Wright from Tennessee. So Rocky Top to the Windy City. And he guarded Hendon Hooker. Now he's going to have to guard Justin Fields. He's at home watching the draft. And standing at 6'5", 333. And he's playing tackle, not guard. All right. Put him in the dirt. Titans on the clock. Picks in for the Titans, actually. The Lions are on the clock at 12. And then the Packers, Patriots, and Jets round up top 15. And that's, versatile. Like, you see him right tackle, left tackle. I mean, if you're 6'5", 330, though, you're playing inside. But then a fucking, 1/8, 10-yard split with a 5-1 flat, 40. Yeah, you got to be on your feet, that's for sure. See, that's the thing with linemen, offensive linemen, they don't care about the 40-yard dash. They care about 10-yard split. I mean, if you're running 10 yards in 1.8 seconds, that's pretty fucking quick. Especially for somebody who's 6'5", 333, for God's sake, okay? So, Bears protecting their face of the franchise, Justin Fields. You got to get them some playmakers. I mean, they got DJ Moore from Carolina in that trade, but they're going to go to break. So Titans at 11, picks in. They could go any which way. Tannehill's going to be done here before too long. If you believe in Malik Willis, okay, you still have Derrick Henry. There were some rumors last weekend he was getting traded, but that obviously didn't happen. They already traded A.J. Brown to Philadelphia. Don't want to trade Derrick Henry there either. I mean, they could go receiver. They could go tight end. But at 11, probably not. So now, I mean, Trevor Lawrence still there. And then you see your two other foes in the South. Both the Texans and the Colts take quarterbacks. I'm not going to be surprised here if the Titans take a fucking defensive back. But then if it is a receiver, yeah, it might be Zay Flowers from Boston College with the Vrabel connection there. I think Tennessee's going defense with a DB. Just hopefully it's not the one that hopefully falls to 17, but once again, commercial break, so we'll get back to the action here shortly with the NFL draft continuing here tonight. Yeah, Tennessee go any which way. New general manager, I might add, too. So, knowing how they've drafted recently, probably going to be a little different here tonight. But Vrabel's still there. You know, ownership's still the same. They will be getting a new stadium that was officially approved. So, potentially within the next 4 or 5 years, that might be done. But all right, that was a quick break. Thank God. But you know, we've seen a couple offensive linemen and defensive linemen go lately as well. Maybe Tennessee goes that same route. I mean, if they think Malik Willis is their future at quarterback, you got to protect them. Big Pete Skoronski from Northwestern's there. I think they go DB though. I do. I mean, from Trevor Lawrence to C.J. Stroud, Anthony Richardson, and if you have Malik Willis, I think you go DB or something defense. We haven't seen a linebacker. We've seen edge rushers, but no true linebackers go off the board yet. Iowa has a couple linebackers going to get drafted high here in this draft. Of course, Iowa most recently won the Music City Bowl in Nashville. So there's Mike Vrabel and the rest of the Titans war room. We'll see here what they do. And then, you know, Derrick Henry's still there, continuing to tote the rock. Got to be able to block for him, so maybe it is an offensive lineman. I think it's either O-line or DB. I do. I think more so DB than not. But they're saying lineman, so as I said, they could go any which way. They could go receiver, go lineman to block, go DB to protect. Titans here at 11 are going to pick who? With the 12th or 11th pick, in 2023 NFL Draft. Tennessee Titans select. Yeah, they do take Big Pete Skoronski from Evanston, Illinois, and Northwestern Wildcat. That's not a bad pick. You got to be able to protect your quarterback, and you got to be able to run the fucking football. And, I mean, because Malik Willis can run, too. He didn't play half bad last year. But, you know, Derrick Henry, run. Yeah, you got to block for him. So, Titans with a good pick at 11. Even after not trading up. And Northwestern's, you know, turned into a good offensive lineman school the past decade. Past 15, 20 years under Pat Fitzgerald. They have. sort of turning into Wisconsin South. But picks in for the Lions now at 12. So the Packers are on the clock at 13. Who the Lions finally going to take at 12 when they were originally supposed to pick at what, 6? We had a couple trades there. Yeah. 12 was originally Cleveland. They traded that to Houston for Deshaun Watson. Houston traded the 12th to Arizona for the 3rd. And then Arizona at 12 traded up from 12 to 6 with Detroit to pick who they picked. And then now the Lions are officially on the clock at 12 and the pick's in. So the Packers are on the clock at 13, followed by the Patriots and then Jets. Lions have 5 of the next 43 picks. So, I mean, take your 5 best players you think are going to be there then. Because Dan Campbell seems like a damn good head coach. He does. Once again, reminds me a lot of Bill Cowher. And, okay, Jared Goff's there at quarterback. They've been able to run the ball okay. DeAndre Swift's at times good. Everybody goes by committee. They had their guys last year. Lions going to select Jahmyr Gibbs, running back from Alabama. Okay. He's originally from Georgia Tech, but then Alabama. So, yeah, we had Bijan Robinson from Texas go at 8. Jahmyr Gibbs from Alabama go at 12. Yeah. They're going to run the damn ball in Detroit. And they play inside half the year, too, so. And then the run game travels, especially in cold weather, where they have to go to Green Bay. And they have to go to Chicago. They do have to go to Minnesota, too, but they also play indoors. But, he's a scat back, okay? He's a receiver playing running back is what he is. And, I mean, anymore, if you're a running back, you got to be able to catch the ball in the backfield anyway. So, yeah, Detroit's going to run the damn ball, and rightfully so. I mean, Motown's Motown. Get some forward power in the backfield and run. Just run. Let the Lions roar. I mean, it's not a bad pick, but, I mean, like, yeah, it is. They're so excited. Jesus Christ. They're ecstatic. They're pumped up for picking him for sure. And they traded back to get him, because they were supposed to pick a little higher, but then he's, rightfully so, still there when they picked the 12. It's firepower. You got to score. Defense still wins the championships, though. Thought maybe Detroit, knowing Dan Campbell, that's the side they would have took. But obviously not. And they're going to help out Jared Goff, though, in the run game. And then, they have a couple decent receivers. Like, they have a couple decent running backs. Nobody with big star power by any means. Like a big name that can change the game. Picks in for the Packers at 13, so the Patriots are on the clock at 14. Will Levis still on the clock. and remember, visited. But that's all Bill Belichick. He finds out everything, about you, and then when he's playing up against you, he already fucking knows you, and then he's going to beat you. That's all that is. Green Bay's not taking a quarterback. They have Jordan Love. New England has Mac Jones, but, well, does Bill O'Brien want Mac Jones, or does he want a former Penn Stater and Will Levis? We'll get more into that in a minute if it happens. If not, I ain't going to say anything. If you know, you know. That's all I'll say for the time being. But, Jets at 15 then, and then, like I said, at 16, followed by the Steelers at 17. You have Washington. The Redskins turned football team, now Commanders, and also selling. But yeah, we'll see here what happens. Just as I was saying about the Lions, I'm going to go to another NFC North team, the Packers here. Had the Bears picked a little bit ago too, Vikings later on, but yeah, I thought they would have went defense, just knowing him, but obviously not. Green Bay's been known to go defense. We'll see what they do. This is now the first draft without Aaron Rodgers. They just traded him to the Jets the other day, and then, of course, they swapped first-round picks here, 13 and 15. We'll see. And then New England, knowing Belichick and the way he drafts, finding, somebody from nowhere, never played football before, but you're going to fit in just fine. '13th overall pick is the Green Bay Packers, and the pick is in. It's because of the Aaron Rodgers trade. Yep. And then, of course, there are a couple 5th and 6th. And then that conditional second rounder next year turns into a first if Rodgers plays 65% of the time, I might add, too, of the plays this upcoming season. So that'll happen unless he gets hurt. And then it stays second. But, Jordan Love, quarterback, maybe get his help. Protection, weapon. Watch. They get rid of... Rodgers always wanted a receiver. And then they trade his ass. In the first draft afterwards, they take a receiver here. That'd be something. That'd be a fuck you. No, they take Lucas Van Ness, linebacker from Iowa. So Ty Schmidt's probably happy. Iowa to Green Bay. And he's originally from Wisconsin, but played at Iowa, and now he's going back to his home state and going to play for the Green Bay Packers. Yeah, if you go to Iowa, you're going to play just like if you go to New England, every fucking position possible until you find your groove. Iowa has a couple linebackers, okay? So that's a good pick by Green Bay. It is a good defense once again. That's something new. It's their norm. New England, this would be interesting. You go New England at 14, the Jets at 15, Washington 16, Pittsburgh 17. Oh, who gives a shit? Todd McShay gets kicked out in favor of the Jonas Brothers. golf clap. All right. Mel Kiper's probably pissed. No, he doesn't give a shit. New England take wide receiver Zay Flowers from Boston College, and he stays in New England. You know, I think once these wide receivers start to go, we've seen 2 running backs and 5 picks, 8 and 12. There's a trade. The Patriots are trading the pick to the Steelers. Oh shit! Pittsburgh's trading up to 14. All right. This has to be Joey Porter Jr., right? They're trading up in front of the Jets and the Washington Redskins football team Commanders, who have, you know, had some looks on them. Steelers are trading up from 17 to 14. They very rarely trade up. Okay, they're always trading back if they're not picking. The last time they traded up, though, was for Devin Bush, and we saw how that turned out. Okay? He got hurt in 2020, was never the same, and he's in Seattle now. So 17 to 14. So what's New England getting back, though? Maybe the first pick of the second round tomorrow, 32 overall. Probably, yeah. They do need some pass rush, yes. They need some help in the back end, too. Protection for Kenny Pickett, who they picked in the first round last year. They're fine at running back. They got a good 3-headed monster at receiver now. Signing Allen Robinson, returning to PA from playing at Penn State, and then drafted by Jacksonville, Chicago, most recently a Ram. Gave up a 6th, 7th rounder for him recently. So Pittsburgh trades up from 17 to 14 here. 3 minutes on the clock. There's Omar Khan shaking hands. Andy Weidel as well, from GM to assistant GM. Mike Tomlin, of course, the Rooney's own the team. The pick is in now, okay? They're thinking linemen. I would like Joey Porter Jr. from Penn State because I know what he brings to the table, along with, of course, you have the family lineage with his father being Joey Porter Sr. But the line's been shaky. You got to protect the quarterback and Kenny Pickett. You got to be able to run the goddamn motherfucking football, for God's sake, okay? It's a fucking Pittsburgh Steelers. You got to run the ball. Picks in for the Steelers. Who's it going to be? What do they give up? The 17th, so they flipped. 4th round pick at 120, so they still have the 32nd pick, the first pick in the second round tomorrow. So to move up 3 spots, they gave up that and then a 4th rounder. Okay, just hit nail on the head here and make this a good pick at 14. And then the Steelers, for agency-wise, past 2 years, they've gone out and signed this player, signed that player, when they normally don't do shit at all, okay? They just sit back and watch everything happen. And plug and play. They're getting players they know they can throw in there, and they're going to make plays, okay? Name of the game is to win. I don't care how it gets done. Just win, okay? Steelers at 14. They're trading up from 17 to 14. Not from like 20 to 10 as it was, or 21 to 10 when they drafted Devin Bush. Of course, that didn't work out. It did for a little bit, then he got hurt and it went downhill after that. I'm interested to see what they do here. I mean, trading up, yeah, they have their eye on somebody. Who is that someone, though? With the 14th pick in the 2023 NFL Draft, the Pittsburgh Steelers will select via the New England Patriots with a trade. They take Broderick Jones, a tackle from Georgia. Okay, so if he doesn't start by probably mid-season, let alone, late this year, or a day one starter going to next year, let alone if not already week 1 this year, of course you got a problem. I mean, they've known to go linemen in the first round. I mean, you can't go wrong with somebody who's fucking 6'6", 300 pounds, for God's sakes. And he's a part of the back-to-back defending national champs in the Georgia Bulldogs. So both Pennsylvania teams take Georgia players. So from the red clay to Sheets and Wawa country, welcome. Yeah, on your ass there, man. Sit the fuck down. And just hopefully he's versatile. You know, he can play tackle, he can play guard. I mean, put him at center if they need it, you know, for last resort. But, I mean, I would have to think he's taking Chuk's spot eventually. So, they're going old school. Back to basics. Work the line, run the ball, open up the play action. Kenny Pickett's got targets to throw to. You know, defensively, play Pittsburgh Steelers football. You know, Boswell in the kicking game finally had a decent return game. And they're still in the hunt, whether they're, you know, seemingly out of it or not. They're going to be there at the end of the year. It's just how it is, okay? They're not going to give up. They're not going to be out of it until they're literally out of it. Okay? Because everybody said they were done for fucking Halloween. Yet they were still in at week 18, okay? So, I like the pick. It's a good pick. The Jets are on the clock, then Washington, then New England at 17 rather than 14 because they traded with Pittsburgh. So, yeah, maybe the Jets were going to take him. Maybe Washington was going to take him. Protect, you know, their quarterbacks. I mean, they could still get Joey Porter Jr. for all we know if he falls. You know, from black and gold at North Allegheny to blue and white, knowing what he's got, what he brings to the table. Maybe a little too high. But they could still get him, whoever they're going to get. Because they obviously are liking who they're signing, liking, you know, who they're bringing in general. Whether they're signing him, drafting them. I just hope it works out, you know, as anybody should for any team. Because that's the thing with the draft. It's still all hypothetical because, yeah, we know what they got in college, but the NFL is a brand new game. And that's why there's busts, okay? So, yeah, I like the pick as a Steeler fan. Wasn't expecting them to trade up. Thinking maybe they trade back. Because they very rarely trade up. This is the second time, though, in what? 4 or 5 years they've traded up. Took Devin Bush. Now Broderick Jones. Just hopefully Broderick Jones doesn't take any fucking days off and he's at a fucking Pirate game, even though they're red hot right now, you know, and, you know, driving around a Corvette around the Steel City and just Bueller, like, hopefully he can protect Kenny Pickett is all I'll say, okay? Broderick Jones, the newest Pittsburgh Steeler, selected 14th overall here tonight in the 2023 NFL Draft. Jets are on the clock. Then the Skins, then the Patriots, and then 18, 19, and 20, respectively, are the Lions once again, and the Bucks and the Seahawks again. So, we'll go from there. Thing is he going to play left tackle or is he going to play right tackle? Plays left tackle, he's protecting Pickett's blind side. So back-to-back drafts, I mean, 3 straight years, really, they go offense in the first round. Najee to Pickett to Jones. And we'll see if they can keep up with them. Hopefully he's putting defenders on their ass. So I'll leave it at that. Everything else I'll add it in, but yeah, just you gotta be able to protect your quarterback and get after the opposing quarterback. And they've tried to fix the line recently. I mean, you got TJ Watt coming off the edge. And you take Pickett last year. Surprisingly, no receivers taken yet. Maybe the Jets get Rodgers a weapon here, but they're giving their input. Hey, take this player, take this player, blah blah blah. Yeah, who cares? They'll be better, but watch, they'll lose in the fucking playoffs next year. You know, they'll be a heavy favorite to be bet on to get potentially even win the fucking Super Bowl now at this point. But fucking Jets, Jets. I think ESPN's giving us a little insight even before the picks in on who's getting picked, because they've done this now a couple times tonight. They zoom in on that player with the name, and then a couple minutes later, oh, that's who that team was picking anyway. That's who they select. But no, it's a quarterback-driven league. You got to be able to protect the quarterback, get the best quarterback, and you're either building from the front back or vice versa. Okay. I'm telling you, watch out for the Pittsburgh Steelers because they're always there. It's not a top 5, top 10 pick, top 15 pick. It's a home run for them for sure because it's their first round pick. There's a crew member for something. Picks in for the Jets. They're either going to like this or hate this. And even though they hate it, they're going to love it. So, yeah, I like that pick by the Pittsburgh Steelers there. Yeah, they very well could have, for all we know. I mean, we saw that as we see it every year. Just a little while ago, though, I forget who it was now at this point, but with Philadelphia trading up one pick, it's like, what the fuck? Well, you obviously thought Chicago was taking Jalen Carter, potentially were, and then Bears end up going offensive line. You take Carter, and it all works out. So. We saw Pittsburgh there. Jets picks in. Washington's on the clock, but still waiting selection. Pittsburgh has the first pick in the second round. And that's always a hot commodity, I might add, okay? Especially if it doesn't get dealt tonight. There's going to be teams calling them all day tomorrow before the draft starts tomorrow night at 7. And then at noon on Saturday. We'll be back on live tomorrow night and on Monday night as well for the WWE draft, so be sure to tune in for that. But, maybe just saying with this player, that player, whoever they're going to bring in, trade up via that. And maybe it's a, double home run, if you will. Not necessarily a grand slam by any means, but who the hell is this?
The NFL is proud to be part of the global community that supports the life-changing wishes of Make-A-Wish brands.
Oh, Make-A-Wish. Well, let me tell you something there, kid. That Roger Goodell ain't a John Cena lookalike.
A Make-A-Wish kid who battled and overcame colon cancer.
Kyle Stickles, a Make-A-Wish kid overcoming cancer. And he's a Jet fan, so he's going to be pumped up for this. And the New York Jets are going to select at 15. Who? Jets, Jets. Should have one of the kids from Spitlift and Zach and Cody pick this. Jets select take Will McDonald from Iowa State. So I wonder if he had a farm in Ames or if he's related to Ronald by any means. But dollar menu's the way to go, man. Extra pickles, too. So that's who the Jets take. Will McDonald the fourth. Not the first, not the second, let alone the third, the fourth. And see, Matt Campbell at Iowa State, he has produced a lot of good NFL talent. That's his biggest, positive through his up and down tenure. Surprisingly, he stayed put. He hasn't left for a bigger job. Washington's on the clock here at 16. But I mean, no, Lucas Van Ness is the first true linebacker, even though he played edge rusher as well. Take Iowa State linebacker as well, Will McDonald. Wonder if he plays base. Picks in for Washington here at 16, so New England's on the clock at 17, then followed by Detroit. I'm going to say it's 19 again. The Bucks, that's right, without Brady. So maybe they take Will Levis. Well, I'd watch Will Levis to Tampa. Yeah. If he doesn't go to New England at 17. But once again, Belichick bringing him in just to find out everything he wants to know about him, so when he plays him, he can beat him. But maybe it works out. Maybe they do draft him, and Mac Jones is fucked. Because then Bill O'Brien's the new offense coordinator up there again. And then at 20, once again, is the Seattle Seahawks again. So, what was I even saying? But no, yeah, first true linebacker to get after, Tua to concuss his ass. They don't have a pick tonight. But then also, Josh Allen up in Buffalo, and then Mac Jones in New England right now, unless it's going to be somebody else at quarterback. But 10 p.m. Eastern time, we're at pick 16. So we're halfway through the first round, 2 hours in. So we got another hour and a half to 2 to go. Washington, I mean, they could go quarterback. They could take Will Levis. I doubt they will. They believe in Sam Howell, it looks like. I don't think there's a full moon to howl at tonight, but see, Washington, they're like Green Bay, and they're like Pittsburgh. You know what they're gonna do for the most part. Washington, it's defense. Pittsburgh, it's offensive line or linebackers. Green Bay, it's all defense. But the Commanders, if you will, formerly known as the Redskins and the football team, going to be sold here before too long. I don't think they'd have any say in this, because it's not official just yet. I mean, Dan Snyder's laughing all the way to the bank, but they might be getting a new stadium for all we know, too. But how much you want to bet Joey Porter Jr. is going to go to Washington here? Yeah. Because they wanted him over Pittsburgh at 17. Steelers try it from 17 to 14. Don't take him. New England at 17, but Washington's still at 16. Yeah. Because then, he'd be playing defense for them up against the Giants, the Eagles, and the Cowboys. Yeah, watch Washington here take Joey Porter Jr. Yeah. I'd be surprised if it's not. But then maybe if not, well, once the line, always line, he goes Detroit. What they say, the Lions have like 5 picks in the top 50 or something like that. I mean, if you don't get him, you don't get him. I'd like to have him because, once again, I know what he brings to the table. I know how he is as a player. But then, well, people will say, well, you just want him because, Penn State, Steelers, his dad, and all that. That too, but, like, of everything, like, I know what he fucking brings to the table. I know how he plays. That's the thing with the draft. Like, even as much college football as I watch, I mean, there's a ton of players that you still don't know a lot about. I'm no draft expert by any means. My name's not Mel Kiper Jr. or Todd McShay or Daniel Jeremiah or Mike Mayock. But, yeah, like I said, how much you want to bet Joey Porter Jr. is going here at 16 to Washington? So here's the selection. Emmanuel Forbes from Mississippi State. That's a good pick. He's talk about tall and lanky. Yeah. He's really risen up draft boards the past couple months. Only 6 foot, but just watch the tape. Patriots picks in at 17. So the Skins do go DB, but it wasn't the one I was thinking. What's New England do now here? They traded back with Pittsburgh. What's Pittsburgh do? It was Pittsburgh's pick. What's New England do here at 17? New England Patriots. Maybe they do take Will Levis and they got a quarterback competition. But then that's after all the years of having Tom Brady, 6th rounder, 199. He leaves. They take Mac Jones in the first round in 20. Or 21. Excuse me, 21. And then a couple years later, they take another quarterback in the first round. I don't know. That's not Bill Belichick. That's not Bill Belichick whatsoever. Yeah. Ron Rivera's riverboat gambling for sure. New owners would be stupid to fire him unless they'd have a disastrous season. He's a damn good coach. So, yeah, New England traded back from 14 to 17 here with Pittsburgh. Pittsburgh took Broderick Jones from Georgia. Here's New England's pick at 17. Christian Gonzalez, DB from Oregon. So a duck to a Patriot, quack, quack. Lions on the clock, and then the Tampa Bay Buccaneers without Tom Brady. So that's what I'm saying. Will Levis, especially with Baker Mayfield in there on a 1-year deal. And then they had Kyle Trask from Florida. Like I was saying, big body quarterbacks with New England, and then, the Raiders of Josh McDaniels, but then, neither there, let alone any of their spots that have taken quarterbacks or thinking about taking quarterbacks, but then because you look down the line, at least in the first round here, he's fallen for sure. You have the Lions here at 18, maybe to back up Jared Goff. The Bucs make the most sense of any team for Will Levis. They do. You look at Bruce Arians' tenure, in the NFL. He likes big-bodied quarterbacks, 6'3", 6'4", 6'5", with some weight, can chuck it. Makes sense, especially to learn from Baker a little bit. Even though he's a 6-footer, number one overall pick with Cleveland. Recently played with the Panthers and Rams. Now he's in Tampa. He's a scrambler. He's a scrapper. Is all he is, and he's reliable. But is he going to be there for the next 5-10 years? Probably not. So I'm saying Tampa makes teams coming up makes the most sense for Will Levis. Because the Seahawks, not for him, no. Especially Geno on a 3-year deal. I mean, if it was Anthony Richardson, yeah, that makes sense. The Colts surprisingly took him over Will Levis, though. So no blue and white to blue and white to blue and white, let alone Nittany Lion to Wildcat to Panther. Number one, they took Bryce Young rightfully so. But then you go down the list, the rest of the first round. The Chargers, no, they have Justin Herbert. The Ravens, no, they just extended Lamar Jackson. Maybe Minnesota back up Kirk Cousins there for a little while. The Giants just extended Daniel Jones. Dax in Dallas. Josh Allen ain't going anywhere in Buffalo. Burrows in Cincinnati. The Saints, potentially, back up Derek Carr. The Eagles and the Chiefs. No. They just both came off Super Bowl appearance. Jalen Hurts and Patrick Mahomes have monster contracts. So it leaves the Bucks, it leaves the Vikings, and it leaves the Saints in the first round. You get it in the second round. Now, there's going to be some teams here potentially that are going to try to trade up as high as they possibly can. So I'm saying that first overall pick in the second round, 32nd overall, normally 33rd. But the Dolphins, once again, had to forfeit the first round pick because of tampering. So there's only 31 tonight, 32 begins the second round tomorrow. That's held by the Steelers. They'll be getting a ton of calls about that. But then there's teams that don't even have a first round pick tonight. They might be picking for the first time tomorrow. They'll have an option. But then also, teams that are coming back around that, okay, he's still there. Let's take a chance on him now. Like the Colts. Maybe the Rams. There's the connection. Liam Cohen, offense coordinator he had at Kentucky. I believe he's out in L.A. with Sean McVay, if I'm not mistaken. Back up Matthew Stafford for a little while. Maybe the future. The Raiders again. The Saints are there. The Bucks at 50, but they're coming up here at 19. Lions still on the clock here, 3 minutes and change. I mean, Denver would be an interesting place. Even with Russell Wilson, Sean Payton's reportedly said, hey, if this doesn't work, he's not sticking around. Russ is going to be gone. He'll cook somewhere else. Miami's also, even with Tua's history of injuries recently, who knows how long that's going to last. Presumably the rest of his career. I mean, if you get hurt once, you're going to, get hurt again because it's going to be easier to get hurt again. But they did sign Mike White to back him up. Lions picks in here at 18. Goff at quarterback. They were bringing in somebody, I think, I heard, for a backup role, but I don't know if there was a deal signed or not. 49ers also, even with Brock Purdy, coming off an injury. Because there's teams that need quarterbacks, but there's a lot of teams that don't need quarterbacks. But you got to have a quarterback to win, though, too. So, you can't find one, or you don't think yours is good enough you currently have, well, you might as well, go fishing for a new one before too long. So, I think Will Levis would be a good fit in Tampa. I mean, he'd not necessarily be the heir apparent to Brady, but that's what they put him out to be for sure. He'd be in there right after him. He'd learn from Baker. They could make a lot of sense. Because that's why I was going through the list. If not then, let alone Minnesota or New Orleans by the first round. I don't think he's getting picked tonight unless somebody trades up, because he's the last of the top 4 quarterbacks left. Mel Kiper's best available. And he still has Will Levis number 1, of course. And then Nolan Smith from Georgia. Zay Flowers from Boston College. Jackson Smith and Jigba from Ohio State. His brother plays baseball for the Pittsburgh Pirates. And then Dalton Kincaid, the first tight end. With Utah Utes. Back-to-back Rose Bowl appearances. Back-to-back losses, unfortunately, in the Rose Bowl. And rightfully so. OHIO, and we are Penn State. But Lions pick is in. Who they taking here? Yeah, there's that shot of the draft room that you're just waiting. Will Levis from Connecticut, played here at Penn State. Yeah, went to Kentucky, and now he's slipping and sliding in the NFL draft. But Tampa. If Bruce Arians head coach, it'd be a no-brainer. Arians is still in the front office, but I don't know how much of a sure thing that is. Because they might try to, fill something else. Because they did have a lot of other problems last year, even with Brady as their starting quarterback. So take a fucking flyer on him. I mean, I still get his first round pick. It's not like it's a 4th round pick. Lions at 18 here. They picked at what? 12? Took Jahmyr Gibbs from Alabama. Yeah. So we're coming back around. A couple teams now picking for the second time tonight. Lions select.
With the 18th pick in the 2023 NFL Draft, the Detroit Lions select
Jack Campbell from Iowa.
Iowa.
Okay, so both Iowa linebackers are going to the NFC North. Lucas Van Ness to the Packers, Jack Campbell to the Lions. And they went offense and defense. And they made 2 damn good picks. Thought at 12, the Lions would have went defense. They went running back, though. Help out by committee there. Run the damn ball, of course. Dan Campbell, like Bill Cowher. Run the ball, play good defense. Here's a defensive pick. Yeah, this is a good pick by them, too. Telling you, Will Levis, the Bucks here at 19. He's going to get picked before too long. Because then if he continues to slide, then everybody's going to, well, what the fuck's wrong with him? Or did he peak too early? Or is he just not that good in general? A little bit of everything, honestly, if you ask myself as a Penn State fan. Like I said, we'll get more into that when the time rolls around. Picks in for the Bucks at 19, so the Seahawks are on the clock at 20. I'm telling you, Will Levis makes sense to Tampa. He does, unless they believe in Kyle Trask to learn from Baker Mayfield, and then he's the guy. Or if Tampa's just going to suck again, and then they'll get a top pick and maybe get a top quarterback in the next couple years. Or sign somebody for all we know. But when you have a chance to take somebody and you don't, then, well, your loss. Rooting for the guy, but I'm also just talking straight to you with best fit. Because that's what it's about, too, in the NFL. Because if the fit doesn't fit, well, you're out of a job. You're working elsewhere. That's why, this player didn't work here, but he works here. Well, it's because of the system, potentially. It's because of the fit. Will Levis to Tampa, along with the teams I've mentioned already tonight that I thought potentially he would have got drafted to, those would have made sense, as does this, okay? But then, like I said, if they don't, well, it's obviously they're going to, try to fill a different hole because they obviously needed it last year, even though it was making the playoffs because they won the division. But the NFC South was terrible. They were a under 500 team at 8-9, excuse me, 7-9, but 8-9. That extra game, it still gets me every once in a while. But 8-9, yeah, still won the division. Still hosted a fucking playoff game on Monday Night Football before they lost to the Cowboys, of course. And it was, of course, Tom Brady's final game then too because he retired. But Bucks pick is in here at 19. And then the Seahawks, followed by the Chargers. See what they do at 21. The quarterback, yeah. I've been saying, Will Levis. I doubt they take Hendon Hooker. Or, any other quarterback. Just doesn't make sense. Unless they're trying to get more mobile, I mean, if they take fucking Hendon Hooker for Tennessee, I mean, I don't think Buck fans want to remember Josh Freeman, so I'm not even going to go there. Bucks at 19, who are they going to take? I think it's going to be Will Levis. Even though I thought that for a few other teams earlier, but Tampa Bay Buccaneers select. Oh, they take Kancey from Pitt. All right. So they're going to fill their defensive line. He's going to stay in Sunshine State from Fort Lauderdale to Tampa. That's a good pick. Elijah Kancey. And, of course, his comp is his former Pitt alumni teammate and Aaron Donald. And they might have took him because Seattle wanted him at 20. Chargers, Ravens coming up. He rose up draft boards after the combine, I might add, too. And of course, you have combines, you have pro days, you showcase your talents, a lot of tape. But I'm starting to think now, unless somebody trades up in the first round, Will Levis is falling out of the first round. And then he might be a top pick in the second round tomorrow. Colts ain't going to take him, though, because they just took Anthony Richardson. The Rams would make sense, as would the Raiders still. Saints, they don't take him here tonight, along with the Vikings. So, we'll see. Among all the other players that are going to get picked, don't want to just, put it, or make it around him by any means, but you've seen quarterbacks like this in the past, so fall. For whatever reason, and then it's either going to work out or it doesn't. I mean, three that come to mind are Aaron Rodgers, Brady Quinn, and Geno Smith, among others. Okay, but two of those three worked out. Rodgers for sure. Brady Quinn in Cleveland, no way in hell. But then Geno, up until just recently, talk about the Seahawks, are on the clock. So, yeah, we'll see. But what do we got? What do you say? Well, yeah, him too. I mean, I don't want to date myself by 4 years, but this. Yeah, because he went 27? The 83 draft, though, was, just filled with quarterbacks. And Mel Kiper is celebrating his 40th year in Mida. He probably remembers that. When you hit him up and said his thoughts are on it. But, yeah, add him to the list. For what it's worth. Never won Super Bowl, but Hall of Famer. And we just had a Pitt player taken. Seattle's on the clock. Of course, Steelers beat the Seahawks in Super Bowl 40. Connect some dots with all that, but just I'm just overall interested in seeing where he's going to go. Because once again, I've named off the teams I think fits best with, but then it's take a flyer if you even have a quarterback, and because you don't know when anybody's going to get hurt. You don't know if you're going to need this person in a dire situation or not. Like, just we'll see. Well, Seattle went DB a little bit ago with Witherspoon from Illinois. So I said then at 5, like seriously at 5, like said right before that, like okay, they're picking at 20 and they'll take a DB then. They could go double with it and double up. Little not necessarily upset. I mean, I like Pittsburgh's pick, but reasons aside, if you know, they're sad, but and people say this regardless, but I don't really care. Will Levis still need selected. Seahawks have 2 minutes to pick here. Schefter with an update. Yeah. They already took quarterbacks. Yeah, so at least 5 teams. Analytics, my ass. Shut the hell up. 1.1% chance he would be available at pick 20. Just stop. I mean, I can understand it, but that's a reach. That's a fucking reach. He's obviously fallen for a reason. We just don't know exactly what. But like I said, I can tell you why. To an extent, it's a little bit of a mix of everything, with not being able to do this or not being able to do that, but then hitting his potential too early, and like he's fallen. You can still get him, but then it's for a cheaper price. I can't see Will Levis in fucking Seattle though. Like I said, no, just doesn't make sense. Doesn't add up. I can't see it. But yeah, like I was saying, yeah, they went DB earlier at 5. It was a little surprising. Like maybe they go up front of the D line, but picks in now. All right, and then maybe go DB later. Well, they went DB early. Yeah, like Kuiper's saying now, maybe they go lineman now. They also got to protect their offensive line along with the running game. That's the thing. When Russell was there, okay, they had Marshawn, but then after Lynch left, couldn't run the ball whatsoever. Line sucked ass. Wilson ain't there anymore. He's floating out in the ocean. And Russ is cooking for the fucking Subway trades or interviews are showing us tonight. But just, yeah, Seattle, they're getting back to defensively. Legion of Boom. Joey Porter Jr. makes sense, yes, even though I wouldn't want to see it there. I thought it maybe one S team in the NFL, not the other. But yeah, maybe they double up on DBs. It ain't going to be a running back. Even though, well, didn't think the Lions would take a running back, but they did. Everybody goes by committee, but still. Got to be able to run the ball, play good defense. I think, yeah, Seattle O-line, but it's probably going to be defense here. Seen a couple linebackers recently, like true linebackers, not edge rushers. So there's been a little bit of a run on them. Now I think about it a little bit more, yeah. They just brought back Bobby Wagner, I might add. So maybe get somebody in there behind him to learn. But, I mean, the quarterbacks you got to get after are Kyler Murray, Matthew Stafford, and Brock Purdy. So maybe an edge rusher. Get after them. Just hope to score some more points. See, that's, special teams really never until late in the draft, 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th, 8th round. With eighth round is undrafted free agents, not fucking 1970 anymore, Luke. Special teams with kickers and punters, but then returners. True returners, not running backs, not receivers. Like, you find one of them, look at fucking Josh Cribbs, okay? Somebody along those lines. Or if you go to New England, like Belichick once again finds you off the street, you never played football before, if you worked at a Radio Shack or an Arby's or just wherever. Seattle's gonna select Jackson Smith and Jigba. Oh shit, they got a weapon for Geno Smith to throw to. So he's the first receiver off the board. All right. That works out for them. His brother plays baseball for the Pittsburgh Pirates. Okay? So there's good genes in the family. Yeah, he was hurt all last year for the most part, though. And even in the wide receiver room a couple years back, Garrett Wilson, Chris Olave, Jackson Smith and Jigba, Marvin Harrison Jr., they said he was the best. Marvin Harrison Jr. is probably going to be better than all of them, but because he's his dad, but he's taller. And if you know who Marvin Harrison Sr. is, he's in the Hall of Fame for God's sakes. Like, just add it up, yeah. But I mean, if he's used to catching balls from another number 7, of course they have to show fucking Penn State highlight. Of course, every fucking year during the draft, they always show that. Care who it is, there's always a highlight against that. Always. If he's used to catching a ball from number 7 CJ Stroud, he should be okay catching a ball from number 7 Geno Smith. And yeah, Booger makes a good point. He can play any 3 spots at receiver. XYZ. He'll probably be on the one side, opposite of DK, because they'll put Lockett in the fucking slot. Somebody's going to be open, and if they tight end wise and get the run game going, Geno don't have to do it all, play damn good defense. Watch out for the fucking Seahawks. Get back on track. Especially in the West, where, okay, we thought the Cardinals were going to be good, but no, Kyler Murray's too busy playing fucking Call of Duty. Stafford's coming off an injury. Brock Purdy's coming off an injury, even though both teams right there in the Super Bowl are damn near close to it past couple years and winning one as well. See, it's better to be, quiet and then just come out of fucking nowhere and they're like, oh shit, people are actually going to start paying attention to us now. Like, forgot about us? Well, yeah, fuck you. No, I don't want to hear it. And then you make noise. That's how you get people on your side. That's how you get people on your side for sure. Chargers on the clock, Ravens, and then the Vikings. Vikings, potentially a spot for Will Levis. What else we got here? You're red hot tonight. No, because they have, what's his name in Huntley. No, I don't think he is. Well, they've never really, they have, but that's what did them in. Yeah, they do have Kenneth Walker. Be all right with them. Everybody goes by committee now. but you still got to have a big number one running back because you got to be able to run the ball. But yeah, that's what did him in with Russ. They couldn't run the ball, and he had to do it himself and couldn't stay healthy and move on. But when was the last time the fucking Seahawks took a receiver in the first round? Yep. Seattle, well, Pittsburgh actually just got Seattle's and Aaron Curry linebackers coach. Ohio State's had, what, 3 guys to go to the top 20? And then Ohio State wide receivers past couple years. Yeah, can't forget about Jamison Williams. Well, then he did transfer to Alabama. Yeah, Garrett Wilson, Chris Olave, Jamison Williams, Jackson Smith and Jigba, Marvin Harrison Jr. Jesus Christ. Yeah, like, as a Penn State fan, don't want to say it, but if you want to play wide receiver in college football, go to Ohio State, okay? Julian Fleming's another one, but he doesn't really, made out. But there's a lot of Colorado players in the transfer portal, I might add, right now, too. We'll see if any of them get drafted in the next couple of years, or if Deion's coaching the NFL next year. But showing us some highlights now. But of the draft, not of the games. And now 0.8. Oh my God, will you shut the fuck up already? What's it gonna be at 23? 0.7? It's good. No shit is gonna keep fucking going down. Good God, fucking big news, big tech. Shut the fuck up. Chargers on the clock. Get help for Justin Herbert, or you got defense? #21 overall is the Chargers. Maybe they'll take Ron Burgundy from San Diego State University. Quentin Johnston from TCU. Do the Dreads, yeah. Well, he did play in SoFi this past January. But then Kirby Smart said to Georgia, hey, we're going to fuck their ass up. And that's what the Bulldogs did to the Horned Frogs. 65-7 in the national title game. And he didn't do much that night. I can guarantee you that. But, the Chargers are going to hope he does more for them at home while playing on the road, too. Ravens at 22. They could go receiver, too. We might have a run on receivers now. And here we are, like 20, 21, 22, like early 20s, mid 20s. This is when these runs on receivers normally happen for whatever reason. Like, who else is left at receiver? I don't know if Jacksonville or the Giants would go receiver 24 and 25. Dallas could at 26 for the hell of it. Knowing Jerry Jones. See, Buffalo, they've been saying the Bills at 27 and one team are going to trade up. Well, we're at 22. They're 5 picks away, and they haven't traded up. So, I don't think that's happening. Maybe, but I doubt it at this point. But, yeah, we might have a run on receivers here. What else you got? Yeah, potentially. You'll have to get on the first flight to go say hi. Yeah, I could have a couple tight ends here go too, because there's a couple of first round worthy. Because tight ends anymore, I mean, yeah, you still got to be able to block, but they've turned into receivers, and that's the thing. Like, I think I was actually telling you this. I forget what it was, but first time they played Sweet Home Alabama tonight, when an Alabama player wasn't drafted. Neither here nor there, but I think I know exactly what it was about. About Chipmunk. That if the first tight end's better than the third receiver, they're gonna go that route and play 12. Yeah, that's right. Makes sense now. I remember. Yeah. I mean, we didn't get to see him play in Pasadena by any means. He opted out, but so you're just sitting back watching everything happen because you don't even have a pick unless you trade up, which, I mean, it ain't worth it because you pick at what? Well, maybe. You pick at 51 for the first time tomorrow night. What the hell is this? J.J. Watt running for president or something? Like, what the hell is this? Real impact looks like. Oh, it's a Gatorade commercial saying thank you to J.J. Watt. All right. Will McDonald, drafted by who? The Lions? Out of Iowa State, yeah. There's a commercial for him. Don't have anything for the Geico Gecko. I got my picture taken with the mascot, I don't know, a decade ago. And then I believe that is not Dennis Quaid in the background. What time is it? Quarter 11, and we got, 10 picks left? Give or take, something like that? About right, yeah. So we should be done by 11:30, an hour from now. Yeah, that's about right. Didn't seem too good there about 45 minutes or so ago. About 10 o'clock, we were like 14, 15 picks in. Yeah, we're at 22 right now, with 2-2-2 to pick with the Ravens. They're riding Sally Ride in Kansas City, Missouri. Schefter breaking the news on Lamar Jackson from earlier today. Yeah. 5-year, 260, 185 guaranteed. Not all guaranteed like Watson's deal. We'll probably never see that again. Probably should never saw it to begin with. But the Browns are stupid enough to fucking give it to him. But yeah, then it's the third most guaranteed money on a deal in NFL history, but it makes him the highest paid NFL player in history overall. Ravens at 22. I just hope it's not JPJ. No. If it's Zay Flowers like Kuiper says, well, then that's just somebody you got to cover. They just fucking brought in Beckham. Hopkins ain't been traded. I'm going to be pissed if it is Joey Porter Jr. Fucking the Ravens? No. Because as I was saying earlier, the Ravens go any which way, but they're, for the most part, you know what teams are going to do in the first round of the draft. After that, it's like, okay, throw something out there, see if it sticks, but could be a hit or miss, but no, just overall, yeah, maybe a receiver, maybe a weapon. Very rarely, like a defense lineman, it's always an offense lineman. But then they always take DBs. And they have extended Lamar, keep him happy. And of course, Kuiper lives in Baltimore, so he's all over the Ravens here. They're burning the building down. Picks in for the Ravens, so the Vikings are on the clock here at 23. And then the Jags at 24, 25 is officially the Giants, followed by the Cowboys, Bills, and Bengals, Saints, Eagles, and Chiefs round out the first round. Ravens select at 22. Zay Flowers, wide receiver from Boston College. So there's been a run now on receivers. 3 straight picks? Or 3 of the last 4. Jackson Smith and Jigba to Seattle at 20. Yeah, 21 was Quentin Johnson out of TCU to the Chargers, and now here's Zay Flowers at 22 to the Baltimore Ravens. So does Minnesota get Kirk Cousins a weapon now too? Jacksonville, like I said a little bit ago, I don't think so. But between them and the Giants at 25, they would take a receiver. He's only 5'9", but he's fucking ripped. And he can run. Just as long as he can catch, consistently. And he's going to throw there. And then not throw, and then run, and score a fucking touchdown. So, you're getting a playmaker is what you're getting. So they have him, OBJ, and from Minnesota to Minnesota. Up next year at 23, Rashard Bateman. And then they still have Mark Andrews at tight end. They have a running game. Jackson's back at quarterback. Oh, God. And their defense is pretty good. Normally pretty good, I should say. And then you have Bengals are, better than they have been. They ain't going anywhere. The Browns are the fucking Browns still, though. Steelers are going to be there. They will. As always are. You know what Pittsburgh needs to do now? With Baltimore taking a receiver. Bengals coming up. You don't want them to take anybody, let alone... Well, the Browns, they had the 12th pick, but that was traded in the Watson deal. That 12th pick changed hands a couple times. Cleveland to Houston to Arizona to Detroit. If I'm not mistaken, was the order. The Chiefs are going to get Mahomes a weapon if they don't go like defensive lineman or anybody on defense. Maybe a lineman, but they pick at 31? Yeah, he won the Super Bowl. So they're keeping Lamar Jackson happy. We might next year in the NFL have a lot of, even though defense wins the championships, run game, travels. And teams have gotten back to the run game. The league's high-powered. I mean, you got to score to win, but you also got to keep your opponent out of the end zone, of course. Defense. Might have a lot of games, a lot of teams, averaging this amount, say like 30, 35, 40 a game. Probably a couple big shootout games, like, back and forth the first of 50 wins. So we'll see. Vikings on the clock, then the Jags, then the Giants. Pittsburgh has the first pick in the second round. Hell, he could fucking still be there tomorrow for all we know. And if he is, yeah, hell yeah, take his ass. But if you need to trade up for him, take him. Or take who you're going to take. I wonder what Minnesota's thinking. Other than Skull and Row the Boat, Sky U-Law, Go Gophers, and the Wild are down to the Stars, and fucking T-Wolves are losing, and maybe go ice fishing, or doing Viking shit. Maybe losing a tag team match. They're surprisingly winning a tag team match. The Raiders already picked earlier. Yeah, he's like the next receiver. Minnesota. Oh, fuck you, Mel Kiper. No. Hell. No. No. Yeah, Banks is from Maryland. Should be on the fucking phone right now is what they should be doing. Yeah, he might get selected to a team with yellow in their color scheme, but purple instead of black. I can't see him in fucking Viking uniform. Under a minute for the Vikings to pick. This is 23rd overall. We've had a run on 3 straight picks for wide receivers. Yeah. And like I was saying earlier too, if you run out of time, the team behind you jumps you and picks for themselves. Picks in though for the Vikings in the meantime you're at 23. We'll see what Minnesota does here. They took Diggs out of Maryland. Maybe they take Banks out of Maryland. If so, that's a good handshake rather than not shaking hands at midfield. Because if they take the other, who we've mentioned, yeah, I don't know if I'll be shaking hands anytime soon. Maybe there's some sign language for you. Here's to you. Skull, skull, skull. Put a dip in then. Vikings at 23rd overall. Who they taking? The Jags are on the clock in the meantime. So here we go. Crowd sort of filed out, it looks like, a little bit. There's still a ton of people there, but not as much as there was earlier. Vikings select Jordan Addison, wide receiver out of USC. So 4th pick in a row has been a wide receiver. So here's their run. Let's talk about it all night. Didn't know what position or when it happened, but here we are again with wide receivers from 20 to 23. Wide receiver, Jackson Smith-Njigba to the Seahawks. Wide receiver, Quentin Johnson to the Chargers. Wide receiver, Zay Flowers to the Ravens. And now Jordan Addison from Pitt to USC. Wonder what his parents will show up in Minnesota wearing. Because when they came back to Pitt to get his shit there in USC gear. Of course, NIL, transfer portal, all that bullshit. You know, worked out. He goes to Minnesota now, and Kirk Cousins now has another weapon to throw to. Line him up against, opposite of Justin Jefferson. I mean, yeah, good luck fucking Bears, Lions, and Packers, oh my, defense. At least their secondary. Like, trade alert. Jags are going to trade the 24th pick to the Giants. So they're trading up from 25 to 24, just like the fucking Eagles did from 10 to 9. So the Giants, like, what the fuck? But obviously they like somebody who they think that team's going to pick, as the Eagles did from 10 to 9 with the Bears, thinking Jalen Carter. Well, they took him. The Giants trade from 25 to 24. So Giants have 24 right now. Supposedly they still have 25 for what it's worth at the time being. Didn't change that just yet. So the Giants might have back-to-back picks at 24 and 25, like the Texans did at 2 and 3. No, now they change it. Okay, so they do flip-flop 24 and 25. Because, I mean, late first round, maybe if you're not going to flip-flop, then give back-to-back picks. You know, the team trading the pick would get your next, pick in the second round. But no, it's going to be New York at 24, Jacksonville at 25, and then the Cowboys are still sitting at 26. So we'll see what the Big Blue New York Football Giants do here at 24. They extended Danny Dimes, Daniel Jones, your quarterback. For that price, why, I don't know. Saquon was going to get tagged. I still don't think he's showing up to camp. Could be wrong, but he'll play. He's just, holding out. And he'll have to play under the tag unless they get something done. They could honestly go fucking receiver here, too. They could. And then, saying about Jacksonville, they'd be I thought the Jags would be more of a team to take a receiver than the Giants, but maybe not. Maybe both. Maybe we have, 6 picks in a row, all wide receivers. But it's a draft-heavy wide receiver group, offensive lineman group, among, a few other positions as I was saying earlier. But picks in the meantime for the Giants. But remember, the Eagles went defense. The Skins went defense. The Giants are picking here. Cowboys coming up in 2 picks. Maybe they both go offense, but I'm thinking defense. But then Brian Daboll as the head coach, well, if Saquon, I'm trying to think what running back's out there. If Saquon ain't going to be there long term, maybe they take a running back here at 24, which I highly doubt. But, because it's probably going to be defense. We'll see. What else we got? fuck you. Yeah, they might take him too, and then he stays in blue and white. I'd say the Giants for Will Levis, but they just extended Daniel Jones. If they would have signed Saquon and then the tags on Danny Dimes, that'd be interesting. This is what, like I'm saying, the rest of the first round, unless somebody trades up, Will Levis ain't getting picked tonight. He's not. And the teams that could trade up for him, if they're, not happy with staying put, that are in the second round at least, Rams, Raiders, Saints, maybe even Titans. Another trade, it's the one that just went down the Giants. Bucks once again. We've talked about that already. I'm not going to get more into it. He'll get picked when he gets picked at that point. So 24th, 25th, and then, oh shit, they gave up a 5th and a 7th. So that's the most I think we've seen for a trade. And those picks are in this year's draft. There's only been one trade that had a pick for next year. Brian Dable was on the phone. He was at the Land Grant Trophy game right after Thanksgiving, I might add. Yeah. Yeah, Dallas needs a tight end. They do. They have Schultz is okay, but they just haven't been the same at tight end since Jason Witten. And that's those two corners, from Deontay Banks to Joey Porter Jr. Yeah. And Wink was in Baltimore, with the Ravens, and College Park right up the road. So College Park to University Park to a canceled tour date to whatever. Giants pick at 24 after a trade, and they're going to select. They take Deontay Banks out of Maryland. So, well, I'll keep my mouth shut for the time being, but he's starting to slide now too. He is. We'll talk in code. We'll say JPJ9. Yeah, they're saying the Jags can take a corner. Tight ends coming up here for a couple of these teams. Maybe a double tight end in Buffalo alongside Dawson Knox. Sean McDermott's a defensive-minded coach. I wouldn't mind him in Buffalo. That'd be a good fit. But I wouldn't want to have to deal with him. We've got to trade. The Jags are trading the 25th pick now. To the Bills. The Bills are trading up from 27 to 25. All right. What, the 5th trade tonight, I think? Give or take. And that was the first pick when Banks just went there since 20 or 19, excuse me, that a wide receiver wasn't picked. Because we had a run on receivers there. So the Bills are now on the clock. Bills at 25, Jags go back to 27, or does Buffalo keep at 27? And Jacksonville's just piling draft picks now. Yeah, I say that right. Jacksonville's piling draft picks now, not Buffalo. Jacksonville 27, all right. Buffalo 25, Dallas 26, and Jacksonville 27. Of course, the Bills are on the clock. They got to show Josh Allen shaving his face. But I think the Bills are trading up for somebody in front of Dallas. Because I could see him and Big D too. I could. But then you have Cincinnati coming up. No. Anywhere but Baltimore, Cincinnati, or Cleveland. But would love in the 4-1-2. And they get the first pick in the second round tomorrow at 32. And if he gets, as I was saying earlier, if he gets to there, I can guarantee you, hey, take him. Will they? That's another story. That's another question. I mean, he'd fall to him at that point. But you're getting to that point. You could trade up from 32 to late 25 to 31 and, do something. Because that first pick in the second round is always a hot commodity. Because then it'll determine how that night's going to go. At least early on, until it settles down a little. Yeah, like I said, I was thinking the same thing a little bit ago. 2 tight end set. Because then that gets after East defenses. And, yeah, good luck covering that. Especially with Diggs at receiver. Especially with Gabe Davis already as well. You know what Buffalo needs, though? I've been saying it for years. Because Josh Allen tries to do too much. You say other teams don't have a running game. Good God, the Bills can't run the damn ball to save their life. So, I mean, really, though, there's not I don't think, worthy enough at this point, 25, you can wait, running back. Could be wrong, though. I mean, these teams are going to, see it in their eyes and not mine or ours in general. Because what do we know? We're not coaching. We're not playing. They've scouted and scouted and scouted for how long? Maybe they go back to receiver. Maybe they, add to a set for Josh Allen to have another weapon to throw to. Could be tight end, yeah. And then if it is, what's the name from Utah, being a Utah Bill. I mean, if they would have took Jordan Addison out of SC, I mean, okay, get the orange juice and get the knife. They'd fit right in. Oh, shut the fuck up with these analytics with the 0.1% chance. Well, if he has him as his agent, he should have got the best deal he possibly could get. Put him in, oh shit, what team? Yeah, some people were thinking he was going to go number 1 tonight, number 2, let alone 3 if somebody would trade up, or 4, and he's still here mid-first round, late first round. Oh, I know, the Dolphins, yeah. They were the first team really to run the Wildcat, and he ran the Lion formation here at Penn State. Did a wink damn good job at it. No, they didn't utilize him right. Transferred, went to Kentucky, worked out. Going to be a top pick, but he's sliding. But maybe call up Ronnie Brown and see if they can go back to that scheme and keep Tua's head from not hitting the ground. But Bills select at 25. So the Jags were supposed to pick at what, 24? And they traded back, and they traded back again. Yeah, the Bills take Dalton Kincaid from Utah, and they're going to pair him at tight end alongside Dawson Knox. So you'll have a double D. Why don't you duck this way, and hit the guy standing? Yeah. Good luck covering that. That's just more weaponry for Josh Allen to get the ball to. So if I'm New England, if I'm New York, if I'm Miami, good. Well, Buffalo's still honestly the top team in that division. But everybody else, especially with Rodgers now in New York, New England's slipped a little bit, but they're going to hope to get back on track with O'Brien's offense coordinator. All those other teams are just right. Like the East next year could be like the best division in the NFL. They're all right there behind them. The Bills though, they could slip and somehow it might work out in their favor not to be the best, and then then they figure something out late. But because Josh Allen just tries to do too much. But that's a good pick by the Bills. It is. And he's used to playing in the cold. He's going to go from Mormon country to upstate Western New York. And yeah, I'd be ecstatic to go to Buffalo right now because they're on the cusp. They're right there. And they honestly probably should have been deeper in a run, the past couple of years than what they ended up getting to. But then always, as the saying goes, the best teams, never win the title. But then the best team does win the title in the end because they were the last team standing. But Cowboys on the clock here at 26. Yeah, you know why? Cowboys could go tight end too. I mean, flip-flop with the trades, but then, they take this tight end and we're going to take that tight end. And this thing, Jason Witten's really been their last good tight end. He's been retired now for how long? Dalton Schultz has been getting it done, but it's a check down for the quarterback, whether it's Dak Prescott or whoever, in the NFL. It's a check down receiver. And Mike McCarthy, he had a couple good tight ends in Green Bay. Of course, he had Aaron Rodgers as quarterback too, after Brett Favre. But they're still on the clock. They're talking in the draft room here. So America's team is on the clock. But yeah, you know why. Yeah, he does. Not the one that died today, or the one that's locked up. But yeah, you say that about don't have this, don't have that. Well, you need a running back too, so get that any time from now until you pick, because it'll help them out. Believe me, you know that. But then maybe, you let him go. Seeing a run now on tight ends, maybe you get a replacement too. Of course, the comparison is Jason Witten. I doubt it was, but they're just saying that now with the Cowboys on the clock. Come on, ESPN. What the fuck? Wonder why nobody watches any of your shit anymore, other than the draft or some big games here and there. Well, yeah, there's that too. I forgot about that. I did see that earlier, or the other day, whenever the hell that was. So then Minnesota to get a replacement. Yeah. No phone call yet. Cowboys got a minute. I think they're still trying to figure this out. And now they say, "Hey, pick us in." They're giving a round of applause, shaking hands. Yeah, so they came to an agreement on that live on TV. They were inside the war room for that when they're going back and forth. Of course, you can't hear what they're saying, but you can tell what they're talking about. They're going over this player, that player. They normally don't show war rooms, draft rooms until after the picks in. I don't know if Jerry Jones would be pissed at the NFL for that or not. Knowing him, he make a fuss and try to get his scoreboard bigger. Yeah, they go tight end. I mean, Zeke, they got rid of him. You would think they need a center because look at that last play of the game against the 49ers. It's the Cowboys. You never know what they're going to do. Because then it'll be something, they'll try to blow it up and it'll be a big thing, whether it's a bad pick or not. Yeah. But then tight end, add him to the, receiving core. I mean, good luck to New York, Philadelphia, and Washington. See what the Cowboys are going to do here. That pick literally was made official live on air, and now here's the pick. Dallas Cowboys select Maisie Smith from Michigan. All right. Let's see if there's any Penn State highlights. I can very guarantee you, yes, there will be. Jags on the clock once again. We'll see if they trade this pick. They've already traded the first two in the past couple picks to get to 27. But they've stockpiled some picks in with those trades. That's a surprise. I guess he didn't do anything back in October. Probably stopped him on that 4th and 6, I can guarantee you that. All right, Jags on the clock, 6.5 to go. They going to trade it for the third time, or are they going to keep it? And if they keep it, who are they going to take? Yeah, I wonder what he's doing right about now. probably writing next week's card for somebody who's not going to be in attendance because they'll have something in their insides go wrong. But the Jags are on the clock. Duval, AEW country. Might take MJF. He's the world champion. He's better than all of us, and we all know it. He'd get them further into the playoffs for sure. All he'd have to do is fucking talk trash, and everybody else would run and hide. That's what the Jaguars need to do. They need to have, of all the NFL prospects for each respective draft, picks in so they don't trade it. They need to have a stadium stampede match, and whoever the hell is left standing, of however many picks they have that year, that's who they take. Whether it's all first round players or, a bunch of seventh rounders or a bunch of undrafted rookies, that's who's going to go on their team. Everybody else gets signed to wrestling companies other than AEW if they want to go to the pro wrestling business. Picks him for the Jags at 27. On this April 27th night. And then the Bengals, the Saints. Who's at 30? Oh, that's right, the Eagles, and then the Chiefs are at 31 because there's no 32 picks because of the damn Dolphins. Because they wanted to try to get Tom Brady. They tampered. Now, well, you forfeit your pick. So we got, 5 picks left? 27, 28, 29, 30, 31. Yeah. Basically 4 picks. Because picks in for the Jags here, 27, 28 Bengals are on the clock. Commercial break in the meantime. Once again, thanks for tuning in. Is this a schedule release? Yep. Schedule release for 2023, but no date. It just says check local listings. Well, all right. Well, the thing is with the schedule, it always used to come out a week or two before the draft. Now it comes out about 2 weeks after the draft because they wait until see who's, selected by such and such team. Even though opponents are already known and have been known since the end of last year. Yeah. Okay. Schedule coming out soon. Best available. And 2 of these 5 are former nitwits. Top 2 of the 3 are former nitwits. Watch Jacksonville go Nolan Smith out of Georgia. Florida-Georgia game. He used to wrecking havoc around the rush shop there. Tony to get a dig at Rhodes. Will Levis man-horned it up. He's got a lot of women sitting there with him still in the green room. I mean, what else has he got to do? He's been slipping and sliding down the first round of the NFL draft. Jags going to select 27. Anton Harrison from Oklahoma. So, sing it. Boomer Sooner. We go, well, obviously JR had to say. I'll say that. D tackle or an offensive lineman? He's a left tackle. Okay. Boom. Sit the fuck down. That's a hold. Not on him, but somebody else. Hey, you got to protect your quarterback and Trevor Lawrence. And they sort of had a running game last year, too. You know, they won the division. They're honestly the best team in the AFC South moving into this year and potentially, you know, next year, too. I mean, because you're going to have two teams with rookie quarterbacks and a third with a veteran that, well, not going to be there much longer, and then the same team with a second-year quarterback. So, and then when you have some experience, yeah, Jacksonville's a good spot, as is, I think, Detroit. Like, those would be not necessarily the big sleepers, but just like picks in for the Bengals here at 28. Yeah. See what they do here, but obviously we know what JR was doing when he got some time off, you know, going to some Oklahoma games. He was scouting for the Jaguars, and they take a Boomer Sooner, Anton Harrison. What'd Schefter just say? Who's going to open the season without who? So the Bengals here at 28, Saints at 29, Eagles at 30, and then the Chiefs at 31. I could see him in Kansas City too. I could see him in Philly too. The hell of it. Because they just lost in their secondary. What's his name? I'll think of it in a minute. And of course, Dennis Allen in New Orleans is defensive coach. So it's, as long as it's not Baltimore, Cincinnati, Cleveland. 4 picks in this first round left tonight. It's almost 11:30. People have left Mike Greenberg. There's the Bengals. They're going to take Mike Reed. Or are they going to take Joey Porter Jr.?
In the 2023 NFL Draft, the Cincinnati Bengals select
Myles Murphy from Clemson. So he's a Clemson Tiger to a Bengal Tiger. Just like Joe Burrow went from LSU to Cincinnati, T. Higgins from Clemson to Cincinnati, Myles Murphy from Clemson to Cincinnati will continue to wear that orange. Saints on the clock, followed by the Eagles, and then the Chiefs. And then that does it for the first round. Round 2 begins tomorrow at 7 p.m. Eastern Time with the Pittsburgh Steelers on the clock at 32. These next 15 minutes, next 30 minutes actually, are gonna be interesting, a little tense, a little nail biting. So Myles Murphy goes to Cincinnati. That's right. Yeah, Saints on the clock. So they're going to take one final commercial break here before they wrap up these next couple picks. And then we'll go to Sports Center with Scott Van Pelt. I'm sure he's not tired yet, but I'm getting there. Especially if he's next three picks are players that hopefully hold off and go to different teams. But, say it some more. You said it how much last week? I'll keep my mouth shut for now. We'll see. Because he might just fall to him at 32. Just might fall to him. Because if so, I mean, you sort of have to, right? I mean, that's going to be all the talk tomorrow. I mean, with everybody that's been picked after who they took earlier, see if this list that I've been looking at has updated. No, this is just the actual draft order. This one might go. Yeah, as the NFL draft once again has been held anywhere from Philly to NYC to Chicago. It was in Milwaukee, DC, Pittsburgh the one year after World War II. It's in LA as well. But then from 65 to 14, it was in NYC. And then 15 Chicago, 16 Chicago, 17 was Philly, 18 Dallas, Nashville 19. Of course, 20 was all virtual. 21 in Cleveland 2 years ago. That was 2 years ago already. And then Vegas last year. Kansas City tonight, Detroit next year, and then Buffalo 2 years. No, but everybody that's been picked since they picked who they picked. I mean, there's been 2, 3 DBs at a 4-run wide receiver. You know, Miami was supposed to pick there at 20 or 21, but forfeited. A couple more defenders. Tight end. Maybe New Orleans goes tight end here. Maybe Philly goes tight end to team up with Dallas Goedert. And then Dallas had the chance to take Michael Mayer from Notre Dame, but decided against it. And then they got to, cover him on defense rather than help him out on offense. Or Kelsey, in Kansas City there. Andy Reid to get somebody else the football to. Because the Steelers' second-round pick tomorrow, 32 overall, is from the Bears in the Chase Claypool trade. So that worked out. See how these final 3 picks go, and we'll go from there. Not a big if, but just if. I mean, it worked out getting rid of his ass for sure, and then they'd bring in Allen Robinson. But picks in for the Saints here at 29, so the Eagles are on the clock, and then the Chiefs. And of course, Chiefs are picking last, so they're going to go crazy for that because they're in the hometown of the defending Super Bowl champions. So who's the Who Dat Nation going to pick here? The pick is in at 29. Who's it going to be? Let me know in the comments below. It's going to be Kevin James. No more Sean Payton, no more Drew Brees. It's now Derek Carr's team. Maybe get him some help. They normally go line. Offensive, defensive line. They do. Saints. Who are they taking? Brian Brzee from Clemson. So Clemson, what, back to back? Yeah, on the D line. So they had, remember, Trey Hendrickson. He was a Saint, and then he became a Bengal on a big deal a couple years ago. That's worked out. Yeah, he's battled a lot recently. But, well, Carolina took Bryce Young. You got to get after him. You know, who knows who Atlanta's going to have? Tampa has Baker for the time being. Will Levis could still end up as a Buck. Will Levis, Tampa Bay makes the most sense of any team. The Raiders probably the other to back up Jimmy G for a little while. Everybody else, like, because it's the system, it's the fit. Like, if he would go to, say, Philadelphia, Kansas City, he's never going to play. You know, it doesn't make sense. Yes, I'm still here. Jesus Christ. I haven't touched the remote in a couple hours because I'm watching the fucking NFL draft. Thank you very much. There's a puppy dog. So yeah, the two teams that played in the Super Bowl back in February. Chiefs won on a game-winning field goal 38-35. Picking next. Philadelphia Eagles, Kansas City Chiefs. Yeah. I'd be fine with 2, 3, and 5 at 32. But they don't need 5. I'd be fine with 2 and 3 if Kuiper's just available there. Most notably, I'd like 3. But then they like their, linebackers too. So he's been 0.1 chance to be available at this pick, at this pick, at this pick, at this pick. For every fucking pick since the draft started. Okay, so they just got to make it fucking reality TV for God's sakes. Jesus Christ. No, yeah, they need more help in the secondary than the linebackers, but just knowing them though, bulk up on the line, bulk up with linebackers, fill the rest. Yeah, that's what I was just saying a little bit ago, Lewis. I mean, if I'm him, yeah, no doubt about it, I'm probably livid. I'm probably pissed off. But then, because he already has a chip on his shoulder. But he's going to have a bigger one now, for sure. Eagles here picking 30. 3.5 to pick. Maybe they get 32 from somebody. Kuiper's hot. What are you doing, big dog? What's up, buddy? Come here. Huh? Now you get down, all right. Looks like the Eagles are going to select somebody. They're on the phone. This would be a big blow if, rather than, well, it'd sort of be what Miles Sanders did. Go from one part of the state to the other to the next. And then after the rookie deal, they let him walk. They're taking somebody. Pick's going to be in here in a minute. They're on the phone. So, Pick's in. Chiefs are on the clock. And then this will do it for the first round tonight. And then Steelers, 32nd overall, will pick first tomorrow to begin the second round of the NFL draft here in 2023. Oh, they went Georgia. Maybe they go Georgia again here with Nolan Smith. I was saying earlier, Philadelphia with the Eagles have become the Georgia Bulldog North. Because even last year they did the same damn thing. They took Jordan Davis and then they got Nakobe Dean. And then maybe Jalen Carter and Nolan Smith here. It's Georgia. To Philly, who's getting WrestleMania 40 next April. Yeah, the Chiefs are on the clock. The Eagles pick is in here. The Chiefs are officially on the clock. They haven't showed it off yet. Because the Kelsey family, let alone the dude from America's Got Talents out there, I think. Or no, that is Dude Perfect. I thought that was the dude, the magician guy. Why do they have the Kelsey's mom and Dude Perfect out there? Or are they going to do a trick?
So when you've got both boys playing in a game on TV at the same time, okay, Travis, their cases, their house, you decide which game that you're going to watch.
I don't know. That's really tough. I don't know. It's just tough to choose.
We had a feeling that would be the case. We took something a little bit special for you to help you break the tie.
Let's guess. NFL Sunday Ticket on YouTube TV. They got a Kelsey coin. So they flip the coin. Of course, Travis Kelsey and the Chiefs, either the Eagles are on the clock, picks in. And then they promote NFL Sunday Ticket. Yeah. Here's the Eagles selection. The Eagles take Nolan Smith from Georgia. They like their Bulldogs in Philadelphia. I mean, yeah, the Philadelphia Bulldogs. I mean, they got 2 defensive linemen and 2 linebackers now from Georgia on the Philadelphia defense. So that only leaves open another 20 positions. Chiefs are on the clock here at 31. We'll see what Andy Reid and company do. I'm sure he's already had a couple cheeseburgers. Take about 10 minutes off. Eat some more. You would have to think it's going to be a weapon for Mahomes, but when they pick late in the first round like this, it's always a, lineman of some sorts or a defender like a DB. So, I mean, maybe, Nittany Lion to squeak in the first round here tonight at 31. Like to be 32 tomorrow about 7 o'clock. Falling right in their lap, but, from LJ to Tomba, I mean, wouldn't mind them in Kansas City either, but one pick away, especially when you can potentially trade, if you catch some wind of it, if they're willing. You want to wait, but then you know how pissed these fans are going to be. Wait all fucking night for this, and then they don't pick at all. Gotta wait till tomorrow now, and then people will say, well, the NFL's, doing it on purpose and blah, blah, blah. I think the Chiefs are going to pick here for sure. 4 Georgia defenders in Philadelphia. Hey, if it works, it works. Why the hell not? If you're hot, you're hot. If you're not, you're not. Rather than eastbound and down, Georgia's carrying a load up the city of brotherly love. So, roll Tide roll, but we are. See what Kansas City does here. And then if so, he's there. You got to take him tomorrow. They're going to bring out the couple Lombardi trophies the Chiefs have won the past couple years and present those with the next pick. Got 3.5 minutes here on the clock. Yeah, what if they do all this and they fucking trade the pick? And make sure you don't drop those. Or those are the two from the past. Super Bowl 4 and Super Bowl 54. They'll bring out 57 here in a minute. Mahomes and Kelsey, if they're still in attendance. Is it fucking Trey Wingo? I know it wasn't, but man, sure as hell looked like it. Chiefs still got 2 minutes here. They're working the clock for sure. These fans have waited all night. They can wait a little while longer. We'll see what they do here. Yeah, Michael Mayer would be interesting, like I said, because Buffalo did it in 2 tight ends set now, but then Dallas and then all Philly is right, but then Kansas City for pair him with Kelsey. There's Andy Reid and his Tommy Bahama. Pick is in for the Chiefs, so the first round's over with. And the Pittsburgh Steelers are on the clock with the 32nd overall pick tomorrow at 7 to begin the second round. So we'll see who the Chiefs take here, and then we'll sign off, and that'll be that. Be sure, of course, to back in tomorrow night for WWE Friday Night SmackDown. The WWE Draft will begin, and then also Monday night for Monday Night Raw. And then next weekend, WWE Backlash. NFL schedule going to be coming out sometime soon, so we'll have some coverage on that too. Keep an eye out for upcoming videos. Be sure to go check out recent videos published. Be sure to subscribe. Thanks for tuning in once again. Like, follow, and subscribe on social media. Links in the description below. So yeah, Chiefs going to round out the first round here as the defending Super Bowl champion. Yeah, I don't know why they would, unless they don't like them. Unless they just knew all along, hey, we think this is what you are, this is what we think a lot of other teams think you are too. You know, if we got to come get you, we will, but I think, you know, they feel like they're fine with letting them slide. Don't want to jinx it just yet, but picks in. They know who Kansas City took, as do all the other teams. We don't yet. But if he falls to him, he falls to him. You know, surprisingly, they're not going to have to. I mean, because I was thinking maybe, okay, they were going to take him when they traded up. Let alone thinking maybe they trade back if they weren't going to pick when they did. But then, yeah, so I mean, I don't know what to think at this point. We'll see. And you know these fans are going to go fucking crazy for whoever the pick is, whether they fucking know who he is or not. And if he does fall to 32 tomorrow, I might add, Donovan Smith was the first pick of the second round back in 15 to Tampa Bay. You know, he could join him in that regard. It doesn't matter, but just which K-State? Which K-State? Oh, I know who you're talking about. Never mind. Yeah, from Kansas State, not Kent State. Yeah. No, they won't. Team in South Beach would probably take you out. I think they're waiting on some players in the Lombardi Trophy. So, with the final pick in the first round of the 2023 NFL Draft, here comes Clark Hunt carrying the Lombardi Trophy from Super Bowl 57. And they're Kansas City Chiefs, Super Bowl 4, Super Bowl 54, Super Bowl 57 champions. There's all three Lombardi trophies. Of course, draft taking place in Kansas City here tonight and this weekend. Had Mahomes and Kelsey out with it earlier, but 32nd overall pick belongs to the Kansas City Chiefs. Okay, who's it gonna be? Chiefs select Felix, yeah, and Deep Uzama from K-State. So that for sure sends the crowd home happy. And they're going to fight for their right to party tonight and all weekend. So you know who the Pittsburgh Steelers are going to take, hopefully, knock on wood, tomorrow at 7 p.m. Eastern Time with the 32nd overall pick? It should be Joey Porter Jr. from Penn State, for God's sakes. Will Levis, I think Tampa's the best spot for him. I do. Now the draft's turning into a concert. You gotta fight for your right to party. Is that Jackson Mahomes? He dancing on somebody's grave? Steelers are on the clock to begin the second round tomorrow. It's got to be Joey Porter Jr., man. Not because he's from Penn State, not because I'm a Penn State and a Pittsburgh Steelers fan, not because, his dad played for him, as they're still fighting for their right to party. But among that is a side reason, yeah, but as mentioned earlier, I know what he brings. Steeler fans, as Penn State fans too, unless they're Pitt fans, eat shit, but also know what he brings to the table. You know what type of player he is. And they need a DB. It's not like they don't need a defensive back. And he literally falls to them at 32. When they trade up from 17 to 14 to take Broderick Jones out from Georgia, a tackle to protect Kenny Pickett, go offense, go defense at 32. There's going to be a ton of teams calling to trade. Unless they get an absolute haul, which, ball's in your court. Whenever do you get the first overall pick or the first pick of the next round? Very rarely happens. Especially to start the next day of the draft. You have all the say in the world on who you're going to take. They have to listen to you. And they have to live with it unless they, give you this or give you that. But, former nitwits. Yeah. But then, as a Steeler fan, top pick tomorrow to begin the second round. If it ain't Joey Porter Jr., yeah, they could still go secondary. There's caliber players out there, every position. It's fucking NFL draft, for God's sakes, okay? Maybe bulk up the offensive line some more. See, they don't need a quarterback. I mean, maybe a decent backup eventually, later this weekend. Wide receiver, I think for sure Saturday and 4 through 7. Just because. Because they seemingly, they're just now showing the highlights of this dude that was picked 10 minutes ago because they were singing. They're known to, find receivers late in the draft, let alone, early. It's either linemen or linebackers, which they could still go that route too. But, yeah, bulk up the line some more. They don't need a quarterback, decent backup after this year, if it ain't, going into this year. Get a receiver later this weekend. I mean, really, they pick at what? 32? They pick at 49, I believe it is. Yeah. And then also in the third round at 80. So they have 3 picks tomorrow. I mean, if those 3 picks tomorrow aren't 2 defensive players and at least 1 offensive player, or all 3 defensive players, I'd be surprised. Because you took a lineman tonight. They're not the team that's gonna. I mean, maybe they trade one of those picks too, for all we know. Or trade those last 2 to try to trade up a little higher, and then they have 32 and something inside the 40 or 50 again. get 3 top 50 players in their eyes. You know, because they did a lot of signing and free agency. Of course, not everybody's going to make the damn team, but you know, hopefully you have your best 53. You know, come season time, after camp and after the preseason. But yeah, I mean, what I say, 32, 49, and 80 after 14 tonight. Yeah, the biggest story tonight is Will Levis falling, for sure. Yeah. Maybe Pittsburgh takes Will Levis to 32 and have a decent backup behind Kenny Pickett. Go from Pitt to Penn State. Ooh, talk about that conversation. I don't want to have that. Uh, um, yeah, like I was saying, they went offense tonight. Have first pick tomorrow at 32. Um, if that ain't defense, if that ain't, like I said, a DB, if it ain't Joey Porter Jr., I'd be surprised. And then a 49, 80 defense again, but then maybe an offensive player. Maybe they go, because they've gone receiver in the 3rd round before too, if it ain't in the 6th, 7th round. If there's somebody there they like. Just get the team better. You know, that's for anybody. As we'll be, you know, shaking all night long now. Good first round of the draft tonight. I mean, a lot of good energy, a lot of unknown. I mean, maybe I need to take a year off in between every year watching the first round of the NFL draft, at least streaming, because like I did last year because I was sick, as mentioned earlier. I still watched it, I just didn't have the energy to talk about it. But we'll see what happens. That's the thing. We can talk all we want, predict this, project that. It's like, they're still going to do what they want. We don't know. We talk more about it after it happens. But then it's still all hypothetical until, you know, played out in the field. Because they'll have rookie camp here in a couple of weeks. Have OTAs. You know, summer off. Training camp starts late July. Preseason, regular season's here before you know it. September, whatever that Thursday is after Labor Day. Wow. What was I saying? Lost my train of thought. But yeah, the schedule's going to be coming out in a couple weeks. We'll see what happens there. We know the opponents, just don't know when the games are going to be played. Draft's going to continue tomorrow, rounds 2 and 3, and then also continue on Saturday, 4 through 7. Saying all night, you know, man, like, we'll see overall, steal the draft, potential biggest bust, good pick, bad pick, like, all right, very, very good, but what the fuck are you doing? But, I mean, yeah, it's still a hypothetical until these players go out and play. And then they're going to be playing up against veterans, you know. But then it's the best versus the best. It's the National Football League, folks. It's not Pee-wee fucking football. Okay? I know these kids have been dreaming since then, if not younger, maybe a little after, to get to this point, and now they're in the NFL. So, no, I thought tonight's first round of the draft was probably one of the better ones in recent memory. Now, how the players, turn out, that's a whole different story. We're not going to know that for another 5, 8, 10 years. You'll look back on it, well, that was a shitty ass draft, or a shitty ass first round almost. But, I mean, you had everything happen as, you would every year. Even with the unknown, you had runs. You had, teams select as they normally would for the most part. A couple teams, it's like, okay, they still went position wise, but just not the player you were thinking. And then now, what do these teams do moving forward with all the picks they have left, the rest of the weekend? And then who do they sign as the undrafted, rookie free agent? And then if any other transaction is going to be made, from now until the season, because as they were saying about Will Levis, him falling out of the first round, might honestly be the best thing for him when you think about it long term. Unless he still ends up getting drafted to a shitty team and then he's still in a quarterback competition rather than being a top pick and then, okay, he's the guy. Like, in time he's going to be, starting as a quarterback. He might have to, fight his way out of it, but then he also might get into a position where, okay, he's just going to sit and then whoever it is after the fact, like I was saying, Tampa Bay with the Bucks, the Raiders, and the Rams. Those three teams. Even the Vikings, the Saints make sense, among a few others. But yeah, might work out for him if he gets into a right system, right team, sit for a little bit, learn, and then he gets the last laugh in the end. Look at fucking Tom Brady, okay? 6th round quarterback, pick 199. The GOAT. He's going to go down as the greatest of all time, the best quarterback, best NFL player ever, okay? Coming off retirement. So, be interesting. If Levis ain't picked by Saturday, going to the 4th round, there's something seriously wrong with him. You would for sure think he's going to get picked, probably within the first 20 picks tomorrow in the 2nd round, from 32 to 50, maybe 55, 60 at the latest. Last year it was Kenny Pickett, the only quarterback in the 1st round, taken by the Pittsburgh Steelers at 20. And then Malik Willis didn't go to the 3rd round. So there was a big gap. It's a quarterback-driven league, but yeah, recently, like, teams need quarterbacks, but there's more teams that don't need quarterbacks, but you still got to look towards the future at some point in time. So we'll see where he ends up falling to, among other players, but, because that's the other thing too, like, there's probably a couple players tonight that probably maybe got drafted a little too high, or they'll definitely get B players this weekend, as there always is, that get drafted a little too high, and then the players, they'll end up falling behind, and maybe a late round pick, undrafted free agent, and so on and so forth, or 3rd to 4th or 5th round pick when they thought they were going to be this. It's just about chip on the shoulder, at this point, proving people wrong, especially after getting passed over by everybody, unless you end up getting picked by, so-and-so later on, but leave it at that. I mean, there's not really much else to be said. So that's 1st round. See what happens from here. We'll go from there. Rounds 2 and 3 tomorrow, 4 through 7 on Saturday. I'll talk more about results at a later date. Potentially when the schedule comes out, we'll see. But I'll be on tomorrow night as well. Actually, now tonight, it's past midnight here on the East Coast, so it is Friday morning. WWE Friday Night SmackDown, WWE Draft begins. So it's NFL Draft weekend, but the WWE Draft is also starting. They're having it before Backlash rather than after Backlash for whatever reason, but coming off WrestleMania, company sale, creative this way, that way, new world title. WWE Draft gonna shake some things up, and they're saying gonna change the game in the WWE. So that begins tomorrow. I'll have coverage of that, so be sure to tune in for live watch along reactions, then also on Monday Night Raw for the draft continuing, and then as mentioned as well, WWE Backlash next weekend, early May. But in the meantime, that'll do it for myself, your host, Encyclopedia Sports, Cool and Luke 96, live right here on YouTube for NFL Draft 2023, Round 1, live watch along reactions. So thank you once again for tuning in and watching. Be sure to like, follow, and subscribe on social media. Links in the description below, and I'll see everybody when I see you.